What is up, everybody? The Sports Bash live Wednesday, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. I'm your host, Mike Gill. We are live on a Wednesday edition. Josh Henning producing today's show. You out there, Sixers Raptors tonight. We got it for you. A lot of thoughts on the Eagles. We've got a poll question up. I definitely want to hear from the people on the poll question today. I'm interested. I was on Birds 365 this morning. I'm usually a guest on Wednesday mornings. And the question they asked to me was, what's wrong with this offense, right? That's the question everybody wants the answer to. To which I said, there's a pie chart. The four things in my pie chart are offensive line, Petula/Sirianni, Jalen Hurts, Saquon/A.J. Brown taking a step back. They're the four choices, okay? Is there something else I should have put in there? Did I leave something out? Are those the right four? You know, when I say A.J. and Saquon, I don't know if anybody's been paying attention to We Do One Thought Every Game. Casey Joyner's been pretty consistent the last couple of weeks that he thinks that Saquon Barkley doesn't seem to be as explosive and that he hasn't made people miss like he did last year. And I got to be honest with you. When he first brought it up, I don't want to say I discounted it, but I was kind of like, I don't know if that's the case. I thought it was more offensive line, and I still think it's the offensive line is in this pie chart. How significantly in the pie chart are they? I haven't looked at the poll question. I posted it early this morning, and I'll update it here in a second. I don't know if, Josh, if you voted in the poll question yet.
Oh, I already voted in it. I guess you didn't see my retweet. I voted in it while I was doing PT this morning.
Okay. Well, I'll go look at that in
attempting to multitask like Mike Gill.
I was hosting some different podcasts this morning. You want to check out Now Batting for the Phillies. We did a Mike and Bob Phillies chat. You can go check that out. We did a 45-minute Phillies chat. So anybody who wants some Phillies talk can check out the podcast over there. Oh, okay. So here we go. Right now, the leader is 55%. Second place, 28%. Third place, 16%, and one of them has no votes yet.
Wow.
Which one do you think has no votes?
Okay, I'm not looking at the poll right now. I've not seen this since whenever I voted this morning.
People are voting now, so the numbers moved pretty significantly. 51%, 27%, 21%. One still has 0%.
I'm going to say that A.J. Brown and Saquon have 0%.
Okay. Everybody out there, you guys can vote.
The only reason why I'm saying that is because we know that historically people do not like to criticize the players they own the jerseys of.
I agree.
So I'm just going off of that trend.
Are those four categories fair? Did I forget something? Is there something I should have put in there?
I love the four categories because I think it's the only four that really matter to the conversation.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Was there one that I missed, one that I left out, one that, you might say one of them don't belong in there? I had to put four. I guess I didn't have to put four. I could have put three.
Could have put three. But no, I like the four because it hits on the primary four ends of the spectrum.
Maybe I could have separated Petullo and Sirianni
maybe
instead of
made a fifth option,
possibly. But I say Petullo and Sirianni are one because it's all coaching encompassing.
Well, not just that, but also we know that Petullo is here because of Sirianni. People kind of forget a little bit that when the Eagles first hired Sirianni in 2021, he brought a lot of his guys from Indianapolis, and Petula was one of those guys. Kellen Moore was the only outsider who has ever been hired as a play caller for this team in the Sirianni era. So I like the fact that you put Petullo and Sirianni together.
Okay, well, there you go. It's the pie chart of issues with the Eagles' offense. Offensive line inconsistencies, Jalen Hurts, play call, play design, star players not the same as they have been. Who gets most of the blame for the Eagles' offensive struggles? That's what the poll question is. You can vote at Mike Gill Show. We gave it a retweet at 973 ESPN so you can be a part of the show. That way, text board always open, 609-403-0973. Get involved over there. Mike McGarry at the bottom of the hour. We got another edition of Josh's Jerky today. The Nuggets are still sick.
He told me this morning that he is better than he was yesterday, but he's still down for the count.
So Josh's Jerky today, actually, it just got moved because Keith Pompey is going to join us at 5 o'clock. At what time?
3 o'clock.
3 o'clock today.
I am always willing to move for the great Keith Pompey.
I saw Keith Saturday. He was at the Blue Coats game. So a lot of the
Did he give you a hell to pit?
He did. We spoke for a couple minutes, but I wanted to talk to Keith because he was at the Blue Coats game, and I wanted to get his perception of what McCain looked like to him.
I like it.
A lot of the heavy hitters were at
that game
covering McCain that night. So you had Pompey was there for the Inquirer, Kai Carlin was there
Was there
from
anyone
USA
there
Today.
that surprised you?
No, Nick Nurse.
Your little surprise Nurse was there?
No, not necessarily. Daryl Morey was there. Nurse was there. The guy who, I don't know what his name is, but he's the assistant coach to Nurse. He's always on TV.
The bald guy?
I don't know if he's bald. No, I think he has hair.
Oh, I'm thinking somebody different then.
It's his assistant coach. It's like his lead assistant. He looks like he's kind of got like a basset hound face. He was sitting next to Nurse. They were at the game. But, yeah, they were there to see McCain. So we'll get into that later. But that's the poll question at Mike Gill Show, at 973 ESPN, 609-403-0973. I'm going to break down each answer here, okay, and give you my thoughts on why I went with each one in the pie chart.
By the way, I was thinking of Rico Hines, but apparently it's not him because you said that it's not this guy.
No, the guy looks like he has the face of a basset hound. Is that Rico Hines?
No, I said the bald guy. I'm just saying I was thinking of Rico Hines. I'm actually looking up each coach what they look like right now.
Yeah, it's not Rico Hines. I don't know what the guy's name is, but he's been on the staff ever since Nurse has been here, and he must be the lead assistant because he's always in Hurts in Nurse's hip pocket. Don't know his name though. Anyway, get back to business here. The poll question.
Matt Brace.
Let's see if that's
B-R-A-S-E.
B-R-A-S-E. Matt Brace. No, that's not him. He doesn't look like a basset hound. He looks like Mondami. For God's sakes. I said the guy has a face of a basset hound, and you gave me this guy as the answer? I don't even know how that's possible. Everybody out there collectively needs to Google Matt Brace. And I described the man as a man whose face looks like a basset hound. And then he says, oh, yeah, Matt Brace.
Okay, what about Brian Gates? By the way, it's Brian with a Y.
Brian Gates. Yeah, that's him. Now, his face looks like a basset hound.
Okay.
He's got those cheeks that kind of hang down, you know.
I see it a little bit.
Everybody who has watched the Sixers has seen this guy. He's on the television all the time.
So now what I want you to do is now accommodate me. Look up Rico Hines.
I did already.
Right. That's the guy I always see.
I've never seen Rico Hines.
Seriously?
I see this guy. You never seen this guy?
I mean, I've seen him, but I guess he says that more to you than me.
He's there. He's in his hip pocket. You would think
I see him talking to him.
You would think he's the head coach. He's on TV so much.
See, I see Hines all the time talking to players, so that's why I think of him.
Like a basset hound. You gave me Rico Hines and a guy that looks like Zoran Mondami. I mean, did you not? Do you know what a basset hound?
I think he looks like just a regular Gates.
I'm going to put the people that are watching on YouTube.
I'm going to put up a poll question with a picture, and I'm going to ask you, does Gates look like a basset hound or an accountant?
It could be one and the same. I mean, but here's the picture of the coach's name is Brian Gates, I guess. So for the people watching on YouTube, he's the guy on the far right. So you see Nurse in the middle. I believe that's Rico Hines next to Nurse in this picture. And then that's Brian Gates. I said, the guy I'm looking for looks like a basset hound. And he gave me two different gentlemen who look nothing like a basset hound. Anyway, all right, let me get back to business here, everybody. What was I talking about?
You were talking about the Eagles.
Yeah, poor Gates here. I don't even know how he came up. Oh, he was sitting at the you asked me who was at the Blue Coats game, and I said the guy who's the assistant that you see on TV every night. You obviously, again, he went to the game. He was sitting there with Nurse. So I said he's in his hip pocket. Everywhere Nurse goes, I see that guy. I'm sure that if people actually were looking at the people on YouTube probably could say, yeah, that's the guy. I see him everywhere. Anyway, here's the poll question, and I'm going to go down each one. The pie chart of issues with the Eagles' offense. Number one, and this is not the voting yet. I'll update the voting in just a minute. The offensive line inconsistent. To me, that would be my vote. What gets most of the blame for the offensive struggles? The offensive line being inconsistent is number one. The Eagles were not just they were not a team. Like a lot of their games would be 17-7 in the fourth quarter with 8 minutes left, right? Last year. You know, the game 17-7 with 8 minutes left, and then Barkley would have like a 60-yard touchdown run to make it 24-7, and then sometimes he might get another one to make it 31. But for the most part, you're winning these games like 24-14. You know, like their line just constantly beating on them all game long.
Right.
Then allowed Barkley, who would have like, you know, a game like he had last week where he had like 80 yards, but then he would get the 160-yard run late in the game, and then he'd have 140 yards. Like, that's how you get 2,000 yards. You have 70 yards, and then you have a 70-yard touchdown run, and the next thing you know, you have 140. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're not getting that anymore. And it's the offensive line is just not allowing Barkley to kind of plot his way, and then bang, hit you with the big one. So if I'm voting, offensive line is my vote. So offensive line inconsistency, definitely on the list. Jalen Hurts. As much as Hurts is a winner, and Hurts is not a guy that I'm sitting here saying you need to get rid of or you have to, move on from. That's not what I'm saying at all. But the reporting from Derrick Gunn suggesting that Hurts, is kind of going off script. They're practicing things all week, and then he's not implementing them in the game. I definitely think Hurts is comfortable with what he's comfortable with. And right now, this offense needs him to be maybe a little bit different. In other words, they're not running the ball very well. So now they have to be more successful throwing the football. If you watch a lot of their offensive passing plays, Hurts just holds on to the ball for so long. He's got time. Hurts is not great at throwing guys open. He's not good at throwing with anticipation. Hurts is more of a guy who will make the big throw down the field. Hurts is the guy who will throw the deep ball and put it in the one spot that only your guy can catch it and the other guy can't really make a play on it. He's not good at throwing you open. He's not good at throwing with, hey, I'm going to anticipate that you're breaking and I'm going to throw it. And when you turn, that ball is going to just bang right in your numbers. That's not what he's good at.
Steve Young used to say for years that a guy like Jalen Hurts, guys like him and others, they are see it and throw it guys. They see where the guy is going, and then they throw it. They do not throw with the idea that he's going to be somewhere.
No.
They only throw it when they see them going to said place.
Yeah, so he's not good at throwing with anticipation or not good at throwing you open. And right now, this offense needs a little bit more of the quick timing stuff. 1, 2, 3, you're open, bang. 1, 2, 3, you're open. Here, you play with it. This is more of get the ball out of my hands and let my playmakers do stuff. It's almost like Jalen wants to hit the home run anytime he throws the ball because I only have so few times I get to throw the ball. I better make them worth my while. So that's why Hurts is on the list. Next up, Petula Sirianni. They have to be on the list because, and this is where this report from Gunn, can we get that audio from Gunn where he talks about that they practice all week long, one thing, and then they get to the game, and it seems like something else is happening. This is what Derrick Gunn said on the Eagles Weekly podcast, part of the Inside the Birds podcast network.
And other people in the organization, they practice the offense and getting ready for an opponent a certain way. But when the game comes around, those plays are not run the way they were practiced. And if you remember, if you go back to that Green Bay game, when he threw the bomb late in the game to AJ and he didn't catch it, we saw Nick Sirianni on the sideline screaming, why? And then Devontae Smith said in the postgame, well, number 1 and number 11 call that play, and whatever 1 and 11 wants, they get, and we just roll with it.
That's a damning comment. I'm sorry. Whatever 1 and 11 get, we just roll with, that's a damning comment. But the part of it that you're practicing something all week long, and then they get to the game, and you're not doing what you practice all week long, that's borderline insubordinate. Not at borderline, it pretty much is insubordinate.
It's not just insubordinate, it's ignorant because of the fact that what you're basically saying is we are planning for 3, 4, 5 days to do something a certain way, okay? You know, anyone out there, let's take football out of it, Mike. Take football out of it for a second. Any business, any operation, let's say you're a construction manager. Let's say you run a logistics company. Let's say you run a marketing company. Whatever business it is, you plan for 5 days to execute something a certain way. And then all of a sudden, the day of the presentation, the day of the job, the head person, the head manager says, you know what? Never mind. They're going to go Bill O'Reilly and says, bleep it, we'll do it live. Like, that's what Jalen Hurts is basically doing, according to Derrick Gunn.
Yeah, I mean, I think what Gunn says there is pretty damning to Jalen Hurts, honestly. He would be the guy that would be tops on the list. If you're telling me you're practicing something all week long and everybody's on board with it, and then you get to the game and you're like, we're going to go and do our own thing, I definitely think that is something that would be, if anybody else was doing this and just say, hey, if you pitch it to Saquon Barkley and the play called for him to go to the right and you just decided, you know what, I'm going to go left. Like, you would say, no, you can't do that. So I don't know. I definitely think that that one there, if that's the case, is not good. That is not good. All right, the next one on the list. Okay, next one on the list. Where are we at? Is the coaches. I would say the coaches are somewhere on the list because of this reason. Now, the problem is if your guys are being insubordinate, that's a hard thing to deal with. What do? You're not going to bench Jalen Hurts.
No, you can't bench him. But, and this goes to the coaching question, right, is do you have the right coaches in the building to get through to him? Or does it matter?
I don't know what his relationship is with Petullo.
Well, that's the weird thing because, remember,
he had to get the job with Jalen Hurts' blessing.
Well, he did, though, because Hurts and A.J. Brown and other guys on the team all spoke glowingly about Kevin Petullo all offseason. He's a great guy. We love working with him. We're excited for his opportunity. Like, every player told the media they endorsed this guy. So, apparently, he's well-liked by the players, apparently, from what we understand.
The assistant coach is always well-liked.
Right.
But now he's more than an assistant coach.
Right.
He's a coordinator. But they get some blame because I would say this. Fine. Let's say they're being insubordinate. Even so, I don't like the way they are. They're getting under center. They're running the ball. They're not doing anything off of it. They're not doing any play action. They're not doing any variations. They're not setting up a play for somewhere down the line. Hey, you ran that play 3-4 times in the second quarter, and then in the fourth quarter, you faked that play and you ran this play, and that's why it worked. They are not setting up. There's no story. It's like a wrestling match. There's a story in the wrestling match. There's a psychology to it. There's a psychology to play calling. And they are not showing any psychology here of we're going to run this play here 3, 4, 5 times so that we can set you up later on to do this.
But so then my question, though, is are they calling plays and Jalen is changing them? And that's the reason why they have no rhythm.
I don't know. I mean, that's what Derrick Gunn is insinuating. Now, I don't know what plays it is. Is it the whole playbook? Is it only certain plays in the playbook that he just doesn't like? I don't know. And then the last one on the list is A.J. Brown and
Saquon.
And I put A.J. Brown and Saquon because I think Devontae's having a good year.
Yes.
And
Goddard's having a good year, too, by the way.
And Goddard's having a good year, too. And they're not complaining. And Barkley's not complaining. He's just not as productive, right?
Correct.
Is it fair to ask if they've lost a step? All the metrics suggest that A.J. Brown is not as open as his past metrics have suggested.
Correct.
And is Saquon Barkley making people miss? Is he hitting the hole as fast? We see Tank Bigsby, when he gets a couple carries, he's getting 8.5 yards a carry. I mean, I think he's averaging 9.6 yards per carry. Now, it's a very small sample size. But are we watching the same Saquon? And I guess you have to wonder, and McMullen brought this up on Monday. He had over 400 carries last year. You remember when DeMarco Murray had all the carries in Dallas and then he came here? And everybody was so quick to say, all those carries, he was shot. Do we not want to use the same theory for Saquon? Do we not want to suggest that all those carries last year may have, in fact, knocked him down a peg?
I think my opinion is that two things can simultaneously be true. I think, is Saquon slightly diminished from last year? Very, very possible. But is it also possible the offensive line is not doing a good enough job blocking and that he has nowhere to run at times? I think both can simultaneously be true.
I would also say this. This is the one thing I will do in defense of Kevin Patullo. Okay? 40 kids watching on YouTube. He says, Barkley is fine. Patullo is the one slowing him down. I would ask 40 kid and everybody else out there, do you see these massive holes and lanes to run through like you did last year? Because I'm not. You know what I'm seeing? Barkley's getting to the hole, and he's got a whole mountain of men there to greet him. And sometimes when he is getting through that hole, last year he'd get to that second level and run right past the linebackers. And this year, those linebackers are running with him. So 40 kid, I would also ask this question. And here's where I would say, if you're Kevin Patullo, people say, oh, there's not enough creativity in the offense. There's not enough variety in the routes. Well, aren't some of us suggesting that guys are open, they're just not throwing the ball? He's holding the ball too long. There's guys open. The most basic of route, 1, 2, 3, ball out of your hands. If you have a player of Devontae Smith's skill set and A.J. Brown's skill set, simplicity should be able to win. 1, 2, 3, throw it. I have the better player. 1, 2, 3, throw it. I have the better player. I have the better player almost every single time I'm throwing the ball. Every single time I throw the ball, I like my matchup against your guy. Simplicity should win out. I shouldn't have to be so complicated. Complicated is when I have less talent. When I have less talent, I run a zone defense. Why? Because I'm not good enough man-to-man. You have better athletes than I do. So I go zone. I have the better players. I can be simple. You have to do something crazy. Why do I have to do something crazy? I have the better players. That's what I would say to the people who are so quick to judge Patullo here. 609 403 0973. 609 403 0973. That's the text board. We are open till 6. Hang out with us on the radio on 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app, powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City. And if you're watching the show on YouTube, X, repost, like, share, subscribe. Coming up, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. Keith Pompey at 3 o'clock. Sixers getting ready for a back-to-backer tonight. No Joel Embiid. He is out. No Paul George. He is out against the Raptors tonight. You'll hear what Nick Sirianni had to say today at 3:30. Q Myers is in the Nuggets seat today at 4:30. We'll do the jerky later on tonight as well. More Sports Bash on the way. 97.3 ESPN. All right, Eagles and Cowboys this weekend. You know, the Eagles-Cowboys rivalry generally is the biggest one in the area when it comes to football fans. I'm a big fan of the Eagles-Giant rivalry, but the Giants haven't been very good. The Cowboys aren't very good record-wise, but are they a threat? We'll get into that and more. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com, their sports columnist, joins us each and every Wednesday at this time. We'll take a look at that, what's going on with the Eagles. Sixers play tonight, little Phillies off-season news. He joins us now on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Michael, what's going on, man?
Oh, not much. Just watching it really start to turn to winter right now, right? Leaves are falling off the trees. Temperature's got a little bite in it. You can feel winter coming, basically.
Well, winter coming, and that means the stretch run of the football season. You got an 8-2 Eagles team. Is the story more about an 8-2 team with this great defense or an 8-2 team with all the drama?
Yeah, interesting, because it seems to be that the drama is winning out over the record, and the drama is kind of overshadowing what this team has achieved. Now, style points-wise, you know, they haven't been getting many high marks, but you look at this team. They've won at Green Bay. They've won at Kansas City. They just beat Detroit. You know, they have the bad loss to the Giants. They won at Tampa. It's awful hard to pick apart the resume, but I think, Mike, we can't, you know, whistle past the graveyard. Our eyes tell us that something is wrong with the offense. And I don't think you can get to a Super Bowl or win a Super Bowl scoring, you know, 14 or less points a week. And that's kind of where the Eagles are right now. I think it's a very interesting game Sunday because I think the Eagles are going to have to score Sunday to win.
So the Derrick Gunn reporting, I mean, we know Derrick's a very reputable guy. He followed up yesterday by essentially saying, it sounded like anyway, I don't know if you heard his follow-up to this, Mike, kind of sounded like he's saying that Jalen Hurts is being insubordinate here. Here's what Derrick Gunn said about Hurts.
He's been talked to by coaches and other people in the organization. They practice the offense and getting ready for an opponent a certain way. But when the game comes around, those plays are not run the way they were practiced. And if you remember, if you go back to that Green Bay game, when he threw the bomb late in the game to AJ and he didn't catch it, we saw Nick Sirianni on the sideline screaming, why? And then Devontae Smith said in the postgame, well, number 1 and number 11 call that play, and whatever 1 and 11 wants, they get, and we just roll with it.
So he's essentially saying they practice all week long, and then they get to the game, and then they just do whatever the heck they want.
Yeah, I find that hard to believe. You know, I think a lot of focus on Jalen Hurts right now. I don't know what people want from the guy. The guy led the team to a Super Bowl last year. He was the Super Bowl MVP. They're 8-2 this year. He's not turning the ball over, Mike. So if he is taking some chances, if he is changing some plays at the line of scrimmage, which I'm sure all quarterbacks do. What, Pat Mahomes has never gone to the line of scrimmage and changed an Andy Reid play? I mean, has Josh Allen ever gone to the line of scrimmage and changed a play? That's what quarterbacks do. So if he is changing these plays at the line of scrimmage, they're not resulting in turnovers or pick sixes or catastrophic plays the other way. To me, when I see Jalen Hurts...
Well, hold on, Mike. I don't think he's suggesting that he's changing the play at the line, maybe in some instances. What I think he was saying is they're practicing the play one way, throwing it to this guy, throwing it to that guy. And then in the game, he's just completely negating what they practiced.
Yeah, again, I kind of find that hard to believe. If he's supposed to go to the ball with this place, he's going someplace completely else. My point is, Mike, that he has been successful so far this season on the scoreboard, and he hasn't committed turnovers, which can cost you games. So how wrong can he be if they're 8-2 and they won the Super Bowl last year and he's the MVP? What did he do? He didn't do this last year. He's all of a sudden this year he's come back and he's not running the plays the way the coaches want him. I mean, they are 8-2.
Yeah.
If if he is not running the plays the way the coaches want him, it reminds me of an old story. Someone once told me, Darrell Revis, the famous the Jets cornerback and the Patriots cornerback, went through a drill once, and he did the drill the wrong way, but he still did it better than anybody else, if you got my drift. So change the drill to do what Darrell Revis is doing. Jalen Hurts is being successful. If he's running the plays one way and getting some results, i.e. wins, then maybe the plays should be run that way.
Mike McGarry for the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. All right, I gave 4 options of the offensive struggles here. We have the poll question up at Mike Gill Show. Everybody out there can go ahead and vote. Offensive line is inconsistent. Jalen Hurts, Patullo and Sirianni, the coaching, or Saquon Barkley and A.J. Brown, maybe they're not the same anymore. Where's your vote?
My vote is with the coaching. I think that some of the play calling, I'd like to see what they would do with a different play caller basically in there, a different set of plays that maybe maximize what the offensive talent can do. Because what's the difference between last year and this year? It's the different play caller, right? So to me, I look at the coaches. Are the coaches calling the best plays to put the players in the best position? Is Jalen Hurts changing the play because some of the plays called do not play to his strengths? Is he more comfortable going in a different direction? Getting back to what Derrick Gunn said. So if Jalen Hurts is going in a different direction, to me, as a coach, you're being pig-headed if you continue to call play A and the player can't execute play A. Maybe the player feels better executing option B or option C of that play. So to me, when I look at the Eagles' struggles, okay, I look at the play calling, and you can tell me about the 4th down play in Green Bay. That's 1-11, but that doesn't explain the 4th down play from last Sunday against Detroit. That's on the coaches. So to me, what's different? It's a different play caller. I look at the play callers, and if you're telling me that Jalen Hurts is not running the plays the way the plays are being designed, then the plays need to be changed to cater to Jalen Hurts' strength.
One thing I would say, though, one thing that's different from last year, yes, the play caller is different, but I think we can all agree right now that the offensive line is not performing at the same level.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, injury to Lane Johnson is only going to put more of an emphasis on that. And, Mike, you had to expect that going into this year. Last year, the Eagles really had a season where they were just healthy and clicking, on all cylinders from the start of the season. You look at last season, and 20 years from now, when you look back on last season, you might still be calling that the greatest season in Eagles history. That might be the greatest team ever by the Philadelphia Eagles. So naturally, there's a bit of a drop-off this year. What's the drop-off? 8-2, big wins on the road, and probably the number 1 seed in the NFC. That's the drop-off. But things weren't going to go as smoothly as they were last year, and injuries on the offensive line are a part of that. And also Barkley. Hey, no NFL running back has ever gone back-to-back years of 2,000 yards. And most of the times, if you look at running backs who have gone for 2,000 yards, they take a substantial step backwards the next year because they took such a pounding the year before. So all that sort of melded in, I give you. But to me, the major factor is the play calling. Is the play calling putting guys that they have in the best opportunities to be successful? And to me, you look at the stats and you look at your eyes, the answer is no.
Yeah, by the way, last year, Saquon Barkley, 5.8 yards per carry. This year, 3.8 yards. We're getting the giant version of Saquon Barkley.
Exactly.
That's not the one. Exactly. But that would tell you the giant version was stuck behind an offensive line that was not capable. Last year, he had a line. We saw him have a historic season this year. So I do think that line, or now, 345 touches last year. You want to throw in the 28 catches that he had. You're looking at almost 400 touches last year. You wonder if that's catching up to him.
Yeah, absolutely. And, Mike, he's still making some plays. He's still making 1 or 2 plays a game. They're going for 25 yards, for 30 yards. They're not going for 70 yards the way they did last year. Again, to me, that's like a guy who hit, 60 home runs last year, and he's come back this year and he's hitting 30. and you say, okay, he's not doing what he did last year, but he's still pretty good. There's still a lot of talent out there. They're still 8-2. They still got some big road wins. They still play. They're still a mentally tough football team. But are they as good as they were last year? I would say no. And do they have to pick the offense up? I would say yes. And I think this is an interesting game Sunday because, again, I think the Cowboys are going to be able to put some points on the board. The Cowboys are a mediocre football team, but they've got some players on the offensive end of the floor, and I don't think the Eagles are going to be able to score 10 or 16 points and win on Sunday.
Right, you brought up home runs, so we'll transition over there. Do you buy that the Pittsburgh Pirates are legitimately in on Schwarber? And if it is accurate, I mean, that would almost suggest that that's opening up a whole can of worms, that if a team like the Pirates gets involved, somebody might say, if they're going to give you X amount of dollars, we might have to go an extra year. Do you think a team like the Pirates being involved is good or bad for Philadelphia?
Well, it's bad because the more teams that are involved, the worse it is for Philadelphia, whether it be the Pirates, the Mariners, the Royals, the Cincinnati Reds, the Mets, the Yankees. The more people that are bidding for Kyle Schwarber's services, the worse it is for the Philadelphia Phillies. Now, to the Pirates specifically, I have a hard time believing that Kyle Schwarber is a player that the Pirates would want to go after. I understand that the Pirates might be at a point in their development where they want to get a big, flashy free agent to come in there. They've got Paul Skeens. Maybe they want to show the fans that they're serious about fielding a contender. But to me, I'm not so sure getting a designated hitter is the way to go in that spot. I think another free agent like Kyle Tucker of the Cubs fits what the Pirates need better. But again, you're looking at what makes Schwarber attractive to a lot of teams. It's not only his power, it's also his leadership. He could walk into a Pirates clubhouse and teach a young Pirates team how to win. He could walk into a Cincinnati Reds clubhouse and say, teach a young Reds team how to win. So I see him being a very attractive person, both from the baseball perspective and the clubhouse angle that I would want on my team. But I don't know if he makes sense for the Pittsburgh Pirates. But again, the more teams that are sniffing around Kyle Schwarber, the worse it is for the Philadelphia Phillies.
All right, Mike McGarry for the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. And, of course, the Sixers play tonight. No Joel Embiid, no Paul George, no Kelly Oubre, no Adem Bona.
Is the concession guy showing up? Is he 50-50? I mean, what? It's a joke, Mike. It's a complete joke,
Yep. I tell you what, when I saw that George was out, I guess I could kind of figure it because, he's coming off the knee, but I was a little disheartened. Like, he played Monday night. You can't come back and play Wednesday. I mean, what do we... Exactly.
Maybe they're being over precautious, Mike, but this is just, like you said, is he either ready to come back and play or is he not ready to come back and play? And if he's not ready to come back and play on a Monday and play on a Wednesday, maybe he shouldn't be playing at all at this point. It just sort of boggles the mind. I'm like, hey, Mike, this is a big problem for the entire NBA because it's not only the Sixers that are going through this. Giannis is out. Wembanyama is out. Brunson's out. If these guys can't stay healthy, you're turning on the TV on a Wednesday night to watch Knicks Mavericks. I want to see Jalen Brunson. I don't want to see Jordan Clarkson running up and down the floor. I turn on the Sixers. I want to see Paul George, Embiid, and Maxey play. I don't want to see the guys that are running up and down there. This is a problem for the NBA. If they can't keep their stars healthy, they need to look at the schedule or look at something because their product right now is hurting, basically.
I read the Tom Haberstroth article, it sounds like, that you saw as well over at Yahoo, where he wrote about all these guys. Steve Kerr, he was talking about it, how intense the schedules are, the back-to-backs, and it's because of the pace of play. These guys just running up and back and forth. It's not the way that the game used to be, a slower pace. They should never have a back-to-back. There should be no more back-to-back. I think they have smart enough people out there that can put a schedule together where you don't play on back-to-back nights. That is completely unnecessary.
Yeah, and we talked about it a couple of weeks ago. There's no way the season is what is it, 6-7 weeks old. There's no way the Sixers should be at a stretch where they're playing 4 games in 6 nights. There's no way the Knicks should be in stretches where they're playing 3 games in 4 nights. The Knicks just had 7 straight games at home. Now they go on the road. I mean, to It seems like they need to figure out something, maybe start the season a couple of weeks earlier and spread the games out, maybe 2 games a week for the first part of the season till you get to Christmas and then transfer it over. But they need to figure something out because it's hurting their product. You want to turn on the TV, you want to see Wemby, you want to see Giannis, you want to see Brunson, you want to see Embiid, you want to see LeBron James, and these guys just are not there on a consistent basis. And I think it hurts the overall product. And definitely gets people talking the wrong way about the NBA.
All right, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. By the way, ratings are up in the NBA. They're up pretty considerably, actually, which is a surprise because I do agree with what you're saying. Mike's back on Friday. We'll look at the Eagles and the Cowboys and that matchup there. It's the Cowboys' last chance. If they don't win this game, pretty much done ski for them this season, and he'll be back on Friday's show. Thanks, Mike.
All right, we'll see you down the road. Thank you.
All right, good stuff from Mike McGarry. He, of course, is always brought to you by our friends over at Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, Air Conditioning, serving South Jersey since 1911, keeping your home comfort game day ready this season. Don't forget 99 bottles. Another chance for you to qualify is coming up this hour on the Sports Bash. How about that? It's our 99 bottle sounder right there. Your cue to call is now at 609-573-3776. 609-573-3776. Caller number 7. Right now, you are entered for this year's 99 Bottles Party. Live a week from today, we will be at Maynard's in Margate. I cannot believe Thanksgiving is next week. That is our biggest party of the year. 99 bottles. We come with 99 pairs of tickets, 99 winners, and caller 7. You'll be one of them. You must be present to win at Maynard's in Margate. We got a ton of tickets already ready to go. Eagles club box seats, Sixers tickets, Flyers tickets, concert tickets, shows from all over the area. Be caller 7 right now, and you're in. Good luck. All right, 3 o'clock, Sports Bash Live. Sixers tonight taking on the Raptors. They got a whole starting lineup out tonight. No Embiid, no George, no Bona, no Oubre against the Raptors. So what is this Sixers team as we are early on, but it's certainly a different look without Paul George. He did play once. A lot of games without Joel Embiid, yet they have a winning record. When they have played without Joel in the past, that has not gone well. So why the change, and what can we expect moving forward? Keith Pompey from the Philadelphia Inquirer set to join me right now to try to answer some of those questions and more as the Sixers take on the Raptors tonight and the Bucks tomorrow. They'll play the Heat on Sunday. You can listen to those games on 97.3 ESPN. Sunday's game will be on Rock 104.1. It's a 1 o'clock in the afternoon game as Keith joins me now from the Philadelphia Inquirer to talk a little Sixers. You know, I went out of my way this weekend to rearrange my schedule to put on that Pitt Georgia Tech game for you.
Yeah, that was bad, man. I knew. Hey,
no, last week I put on Pitt Notre Dame for you, and that didn't go so well. Well, this week I'm going to try to follow up with another Pitt loss. Every time I put them on my airwaves, they lose.
Yeah, look, hey, we're a volleyball school, dude. You know that.
Well, I can tell you what you're not, a women's basketball school. They lost to a D3 program.
Yeah, you know, but that's because, you know, I still think we can beat West Virginia.
Hey, that was the only game in football we've won this year is against Pitt. All right, so let's get into a couple things here because obviously this team has actually been entertaining, and they're doing it without Joel. They had Paul the other night, but what is your feel on this team in the early going without those two guys?
You know, that's a great question. Like you said, definitely entertaining, nice young guys. They play hard. I mean, you know, I only saw them like really get smacked around once, and that was the game when they played the Detroit Pistons, right? But I love the energy. I mean, the thing is, they go where Maxey goes. I don't know how competitive they are. I mean, like how good they are because they haven't really played a lot of winning teams yet. But I like what I see. I mean, I see them trending in the right direction. But here's the question, like Mike. Here's the thing, though. When we look at the 76ers, you know, like you talk about, there's no Oubre. Embiid is listed as doubtful. George is out. You know, even Adem is out. Jared McCain is coming back, but he hasn't been the player that they expect yet. So it's like we don't know how good this team actually is going to be.
Right.
Because they're just not out there playing. But what we do see is we see Tyrese Maxey, and, you know, you got to tip your hat to him because he has been one of the league elite players this year thus far. And I know it's a small sample size, but you have to tip your hat off to him and say, like, look, it's a guy who scored 35 or more points at least 5 times, and he had several 30-point games on top of that. So he's been balling. He's been playing his tail off, and you got to give him credit.
Hey, listen, I said a couple of years ago I would have moved Maxey for Lillard when that chance was there. I'll take the L on that one because – and I was looking at it like, hey, Joel's in his prime. He needs a guy who's like championship ready, and I just didn't think Maxey was there at that moment. Well, in hindsight, you know, now it worked out for you, and you're right. Maxey, by the way, plus 4,000 for MVP. You might want to jump in on that because – a lot of these guys aren't going to get to 65 games. Wembanyama's probably not going to hit that mark, so he probably falls out of the mix. You might get some good value for Maxey. But the fact that they're winning games without Joel, that to me is the big story. Yeah, they're playing against teams and they're getting behind, but they're fighting their way back. I guess the question I would have for you is, do we really think, Keith, that they can count on Joel and Paul to be there for them in the second half of the year?
You know, the thing that really scares me about Joel now is this right knee injury that he has, right? So that's my pause for the second half of the season. Now, if he didn't have that and you just say the left knee soreness and we're doing the management, I'm like, okay, I see it. They got a nice, you know, they're trying to put things together. So I'm concerned about him. Paul, I think that you can count on him for the second half, unless he has a setback. I mean, the guy already missed, 12, 13 games, and he's about to miss one tonight. But to me, that's more of the factor, like, okay, we don't want to play him on back-to-back. He has the minute restriction like Joel has, where we're only going to play him, 20 minutes, but we're going to take at least 2 days off in between, games. So I can see that trending. But the Joel thing with this right knee, and then you have the left knee, and I remember I went into the locker. He didn't play against Detroit, of course, but you go into the locker room post-game, and he has these two big ice bags on his knees, and you're like, whoa, so he's the one who concerns me.
Yeah, the Joel stuff is a little bit concerning. I would agree with you there. I want to get your take on McCain, because you did see him play Saturday night. I was there. You were there. I thought he looked like McCain. I mean, he got deep into the paint, little fadeaway jumper. He gets to the baseline, reverse spin, baseline jumper, hit a three. Nick's there to watch him, so I'm like, oh, he sees what I'm seeing. Did you see? I'm a little surprised that he got 5 minutes the other night, and I'm wondering why. What more do they need to see from him to give him a role? Because, man, what he brought to this team last year, I feel like they could use.
Yeah, I look at it two ways. The one thing is, yes, he did look great in that first quarter. The second quarter, he came a little bit down to earth, but you and I both know that had a lot to do with conditioning, right? And he has to get that up to speed. I think with Nick Nurse's is kind of sort of in a little bit of a pickle, right? And whereas if, let's face it, the 76ers have to win games, right? They have to win games, and they may have to win games for Nick Nurse and Daryl Morey and everybody else to keep their jobs. So as much as you want to bring Jared McCain on and let him, play through some mistakes and do all this other stuff, it's kind of like, I got to win. And with me having to win right now, you look at a guy like Justin Edwards, who had a quality game, a couple quality games he threw together. You look at guys like Quentin Grimes, so it's one of those things where I think that Jared is kind of cutting into allowing Jared to play through those mistakes right now. So you just got to get the victories. Now, if they were, struggling and there wasn't any pressure to win, I think that we would see Jared out there for more time. But I think right now it's just a matter of we got to get these victories, and you don't want to say, tag, that we have Jared out there too long, and then next thing you know, it's like maybe his plus minus was like, messed up and he didn't help us. So I think that has a lot to do with it, if you want to be honest.
Yeah, he played 5 minutes the other night, and that was it. He was pretty much, out of the game the rest of the way. Keith Pompey from the Philadelphia Inquirer is here. What is your take on VJ? He came in with a bang. Where is he now?
I like VJ. I think VJ is, what it is one thing, VJ is a little fatigued. He has to get that ready. He's like getting adjusted to the NBA lifestyle, or the NBA, not lifestyle, but the conditioning, everything. The one thing that we need to realize is, do you know that VJ Edgecombe plays the second most minutes per game in the NBA?
Jeez.
Tyrese Maxey is number one, so he's number two. So you got that factor. Like, we're talking about, he's playing over 37 minutes. A college game is 40. So, you know what I mean? So he's like, he's playing the equivalent of a college game, the whole game. And another thing I think that he has to understand is that he's going to have to figure out is when to attack, when not to attack. Like early on, it was just him and Tyrese. Now you're bringing in other players. Like you got Paul out there. You have Embiid. Embiid was being a little bit more aggressive. And I think there are certain times when, VJ is struggling, but there's also certain times when he's deferring to other guys. And that's why, Nick Nurse got on him. I'm not really concerned about his slump, because I'm going to tell you this about him, and I commended him for it. If you notice, he may struggle for 3.5 quarters, but when it comes down to that fourth quarter, he'll make the shot that you need him to make, and he'll also will make a great play on the defensive end, right? So he's a gamer. He steps up. But so it's one of those things where I'm not too concerned, but the best way to get out of that is just keep attacking, doing what you got to do. But he needs to know when to do it and when not to do it. And it was just like how Tyrese was early on. Remember, Nick Nurse had to always encourage him a couple of years ago, stop passing the ball. I need you to score. I need you to score. So I think that's what we're going through with VJ. But, yeah, he's going through a slump. I think the minutes, and we also realize he's been guarding some tough people, too. So you look at him and Kelly Oubre, you got a guard on the defensive end, a tough guard, but then you also got to produce on the offensive end, which is tough for a young guy trying to get his feet wet in the NBA.
Yeah, I know. You take a look at the minutes those guys goes back to the McCain stuff. If he can get those guys on the bench for a little bit while, the other guy is Grimes, and I guess Grimes has been better than you anticipated fitting in here.
He has. You know what? It's funny because like every so often, like it seems like every third game, he'll do something and you're like, wow, I see it. I see why his agent wanted $25 million. Like, okay, prime example. Now I know when they went to Brooklyn, let's say, no offense, but Brooklyn is trash, right? But he was out there. He was out there getting dimes. He was doing a lot of crazy things, really good. And then everybody always talks about him being a solid defender. And he's like, okay, I see the effort, but I'm not saying he's a lockdown defender, right? But then the last game they played, they put him on Harden. And he did a really good job against Harden. Really good job. So you say to yourself, like, okay. And then also the one thing that a lot of people don't talk about is when the Sixers are rolling in the fourth quarter and every game that they basically came back, Tyrese gets a lot of credit, but he's right next to him. Like at one point, Tyrese was, third in the NBA in fourth quarter points, and he was sixth. So, the last game, Tyrese had 14 points in the fourth. He had 9 in the fourth. Yeah. And he also shut Harden down. So, I really like what I see from him. I like this role for him. And you think that hopefully this is a guy that the 76ers could bring back next year. But if he keeps playing like this, it might be tough.
Yeah, I don't know what they're going to do. That's going to be a tough bring back there. And they got him on a good deal right now for $8 million or whatever, 8.6. They're getting some good stuff out of Grimes. This is a fun team, but I guess the big question would be, let's just play and have some fun here, Keith. Let's say Joel is healthy and he can play, and Paul, how far can this team go with those guys playing and being healthy?
I think they can. The East is wide open. It definitely is, right? And you look at it. There was 2 times that I saw where they were outmanned. One was the one game against Detroit at Detroit, and I felt like they were out physical. The other one was the Cleveland game. And you have to say, if Joel didn't play in either one of those games, nor did Paul, I think that they would be a whole lot better. I do. But here's my thing. I think Joel and Paul, to be honest with you, they make them a better team in the playoffs. Because if you can keep Joel Embiid healthy, like Joel Embiid is like a Lamborghini to me. And I get it. Like he's that type of dude. And what I mean by a Lamborghini, you may have your Toyota Corolla. You may have your Nissan Altima, right? You drive that thing every day. But then you only bring the Lamborghini out when, nice sunny day or when you want to impress people or you want to you want to shine. That's what you need Joel for, right? You need him in the playoffs where he can be a dominant force. You don't need him to score a bunch of points in the regular season. And I think with Paul George, what we're going to see out of Paul is, and people are going to talk about the money, but I think Paul is going to be happy and content for this to be Maxi's team to score all the points. Let VJ Edgecombe get the lobs. And what we'll see Paul do is, at times, handle the rock, get people involved.
Yeah.
We'll see his high basketball IQ. We'll see the solid defense. So I think in the playoffs, both of those guys could be great additions for the 76ers, right, if they're healthy, deeper.
Well,
that's where they're going to help.
And I say as much as you hear a lot of the fans, Keith, I'm sure you hear, you get rid of Embiid, get rid of George. They're better without these guys. It's kind of flipped, though, where Maxey could be the guy that scores the 28 to 35. Joel doesn't have to be that guy. Can he score 28 to 35 maybe once a week or once every other week? And can Paul score 28 to 35 maybe once every other? They don't have to be the guy that scored 28 to 35 anymore. Let the young fella do that, but can they do it once in a while when the young guy doesn't have it? That would be the big thing, is if those guys still have those nights in them every once in a while when Maxey cooks the rest of the nights.
Exactly right. Now here's the thing: like you don't need Joel Embiid to score. This is the thing what Joel Embiid has to do, and this is the key thing about these knees and the conditioning. On a defensive end, he has to help you with the lateral movement, getting in spaces and stuff like that. And you have to figure out if he can still do that. If he can still do that, and if he becomes content with moving the ball and doing all that other stuff, it makes everyone else more unstoppable. Because when Joel Embiid is on the floor, even if he's shooting the ball or not, you have to guard him differently.
Yep, absolutely.
For that fear, right? Now, the problem that Joel had, I think, and it's up to Joel. Like, if he could get that defense ready, right, he's cool. But it's up to him. I didn't like what I saw out of Joel the last couple games that he was playing. Because I felt like when they went to Boston, he didn't look good. So what did Joel have to do? I felt like he came out trying to let everybody know I'm still the same Joel Embiid offensively. And while he did get 25 points in 20 minutes and did all this other stuff, I felt like it impacted VJ Edgecombe, Quentin Grimes, a lot of other people, right? So if Joel can, like, let's say, take less shots, bring his assists up, anchor the defense, do all those other things, I think it just makes the 76ers a way better team because you need to get all these guys involved in the offense. And Joel knows that as long as he's out there, teams are going to guard them differently. Maxey's going to get easier shots. VJ Edgecombe is just going to get, like, dunks to the basket, and I feel like Paul, the first, when he first came out last game, he was trying to, impose his will as well. But I feel like if those two guys take a back seat a little bit offensively until you need them, the Sixers are going to be tough, man. I really do. I really think they're going to be tough. But if Joel goes out there trying to jack and do everything, the offense is going to continue to struggle.
I breakdown. Last guy I want to get your thoughts on, because there's a lot of people who pretty much didn't care if this guy was back or not. He picked up his option, and people are like, oh, man, where would they be without Andre Drummond?
Yeah, you know what I mean? And that's the thing. Drummond is the type of dude, like, here we go. He quietly has had 4 straight double-doubles.
18 boards.
Overall.
18 boards the other night.
18 boards. Like, look, I thought when they played the Clippers, I was like going into that game, I'm like, yo, man, I feel bad for Dre. Dre's going to look old tonight, right? You know what I mean? The 7-footer is going to destroy him. They got guys coming off the bench. Oh, man. Next thing you know, Dre outplayed the guy Zubac in the fourth quarter. Like, he outplayed him. Dre had 7 points, 5 boards. He hit 2 huge foul shots. You know what I mean? He played his butt off. So,
played 38 minutes the other night too, by the way.
38, yeah. Now, to me, now we got to see is Dre going to be able to log all these minutes? But yeah, he played well. I mean, he's playing well. Last year he was hampered by the foot, but he's playing well. And here's the thing with Dre. You know that Dre is going to attempt these threes. You're going to have to live with him doing one in the fourth quarter. Be like, no, right? But you're also going to have to live with guys getting buckets against him, right? But the one thing that the Sixers need is the rebounding. You know that he's going to grab rebounding. So if you go into a game, it's kind of like having a quarterback like when they had McNabb, right? People loved McNabb, but you knew there was going to be a couple of times when McNabb was going to come throw passes and it was going to hit people's ankles, right? You knew that
Yep.
going in. So if you know that Dre is going to give up some points, you know that Dre's going to take a questionable shot at one point of the game. But if you realize he's going to grab rebounds and he's going to outlet the ball to Maxey, he's going to keep possessions alive, you know, you're comfortable with that. You know, you're comfortable. You just got to know what you're going to get.
Keith Pompey, everybody. Of course, the Sixers back-to-backs. You can check them out right here on 97.3 ESPN. Check out his Locked On podcast. Check him out over at the Inquirer, Philly.com, at Pompey on Sixers. And he was kind enough to join me right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Good to see you the other night, man. It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been great, and it's good when our football team play y'all next year. We're going to beat y'all. We're going to spank y'all, even though we can't beat anyone right now. But we're going to get y'all back. Backyard brawl, baby.
I'm going to try. All right, man. I'm going to try to get to that game next year. I've been saying I got to get to one. Maybe I'll try to get to it next year because this year we won, so we got one up on you. I'll let you know how the next one goes. We beat you in basketball too, by the way. That was a 30-point win.
Me no habla inglés. Me no habla inglés.
See you, man.
All right, man. Peace.
All right, Keith Pompey, everybody from the Inquirer. A Pitt guy. I'm a West Virginia guy. We like to have a little fun. I did run into Keith Saturday night over there at the Blue Coats game. He was covering. Everybody wanted to go see what Jared McCain looked like. We talked about McCain earlier in that conversation here on the Sports Bash. All right, coming up, by the way, 3 o'clock hour of the show. As always, it's brought to you by our friends at Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing, service, installation for generations. Call 609-390-3907, online, broadlees.net. We got the Unsportsmanlike Moment of the Day. It's a good one today. If you were listening to Unsportsmanlike this morning, you guys might have been playing along with this conversation. That's coming up in 20 minutes from now. When we come back, Nick Sirianni. He did get asked about the Derrick Gunn Report. You'll hear his answer. It's coming up next right here on the Sports Bash. All right, 329 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. We got another chance for you to qualify for this year's 99 Bottles Party coming up. George in Rio Grande was our qualifier in the first hour of the show. Congratulations, George. We'll see you at Maynard's in Margate. We're going to be there a week from today with the Sports Bash Live on location. Chance for everybody to come on out and see the show. Now, for those of you who have never been to a 99 Bottles Party, or if you qualify for 99 Bottles, here's how it works. You qualify by listening for your cue to call. Now you're in. We're at Maynard's in Margate all day. We do the show live, 2 to 6. When you show up, you will sign in. You'll be on the list. The event will start once we get everybody signed in. At that time, in the order that you signed up, your name will be called. So if you're the first person there, you will get called first. If you are the 10th person there, you will pick 10th. If you are the 99th person, you will get the last pair of tickets that are available. That means 98 pairs of tickets will be gone, and you will get whatever's left over. Now, if somebody doesn't show up, we do have a waiting list. So you want to still come in the event that someone who qualified doesn't show up. And we have a waiting list in the order that you get there. So everybody has a chance to win tickets that shows up. It's our biggest part of the year at Maynard's at Margate. And then Maynard's, starting at $6, Busch Light cans. When's the last time you had a Busch Light? Delicious. $3 tee shots, fireballs, $5 sun cruisers. All right, Eagles head coach Nick Sirianni, he was asked about the report on Jalen Hurts. You'll hear what he had to say about that. He was asked about the job that Kevin Patullo has done. What does he think about his performance as a play caller? You'll hear what he says there. Also, he gets asked a little bit about how he tries to find some more consistency in the offense and not falling into the trap of doing things out of character. Here is the Eagles head football coach, Nick Sirianni.
Nick, how different do the Cowboys look from first time you played them?
Yeah, obviously some different personnel in there, and they do, as you grow throughout the season, doing some different things. You got a little bit more tape on them, obviously, now than we did a lot more tape than going into the first game with, had to look at some Bear stuff and some different things there. But yeah, they look different, not only personnel wise, but also some, as you looked at them going into the first game, there was a lot of unknown.
Nick, there's been a few reports about Jalen over the past week. My question's not about the substance of the report, but what do you think about the fact that there are seemingly people in the building talking about Jalen through the media in a negative way?
Yeah, again, when there's not a name on it, I don't put a lot of credence into that. And, obviously it's not good for me to read anything. I got to prepare to do my job, right? And if I'm thinking about other things, and so now when Bob preps me for it, I don't necessarily believe everything that's being written. I just don't. I've been around long enough to know that, so I don't give it a lot of credence when there's not a name. And again, just don't fall into the trap of believing everything you see or read.
Defensively, specifically with the Cowboys, because of your history with Matt, but they have changed personnel pretty significantly, injury-wise, getting Quinn and all that. That part of it, because they've been successful offensively, but they're getting better defensively. Is that a bigger concern for you coming into the week?
I think you always go into a game. This is the NFL. Any team you play, you better be being ready. And the Cowboys always have our attention. They've been a good team for a long time and have a lot of respect there. So, this is obviously our next game, so our biggest game of the year, and a lot of respect for this team, the moves that they've made to to help their team out. I have a lot of respect for that, and then the players that they have over there, the coaches that they have. I think Coach Shoddy does a really good job. Just watching him from afar. Got a lot of respect for him and the coaching staff that they have over there and the players that they have on that team.
You haven't had to plan extensively for Lane being out in a couple seasons. How much does it holistically alter game planning, protection planning, and how you guys go about doing it?
Yeah, I feel, obviously Lane's one of the best players in the NFL. So, it makes you do a couple different things here and there. We have a lot, with that being said, I have a lot of faith in the guys, with Fred. We've had a lot of guys play, through the length of the seasons that we've had the past, 4 years. We need all hands on deck. So we've had a lot of guys play, so a lot of experience doing that, not just with Lane, but with every position. So you'll miss Lane, no doubt, if he's unable to go. But not have a lot of faith in the guys that we have, and obviously faith in the process that we have to get ourselves ready with different players.
As a follow-up to that, in the role winning before the year, how did you envision Fred Johnson's role? And given the nature of that position, did you see a day where he likely would have to step in to start?
Yeah, I think that when you do talk about that, you look at past experiences and you show Fred playing really well against against Cincinnati last year or whatever the game may be, and you say, hey, you're the next guy in or whatever it may be, and I can't remember exactly how it went down, but imagine it was something like that, and be ready for when your number's called, and you just never know when that's going to be, and that's every backup. Every guy's one snap away from going in, and so like I said, I have a lot of faith in him. There's a reason why we were putting him in to play in those big packages, because we have a lot of faith in him, and for what we were trying to do. We felt like he was one of our best 11 to do what we were trying to do on those particular plays. So obviously the faith is high there, and he's earned that.
Nick, what have you thought of Kevin's performance as a play caller? And how do you review that performance like week in and week out?
Yeah, you always go through, I go through everything, situation. One way I look at it is situationally. I'm gonna look at that of how we kind of handled things situationally. How did we play 2 minute? How did we play 4 minute? How did we play backed up? How did we? It's kind of one of the third down. And so red zone, all those different things, and because there's got to be alignment with the vision of how we manage the game as well. All right, and then excuse me. And then I'll look at, with the design or anything like that. Hey, was this issue an issue that we lost because of play design, or was this an issue that we lost because we didn't execute? Right, always going to look at that, and then just look at the flow of game. Why he's doing things, this and that. Hey, maybe it's questions here and there. Hey, why did you do this here? Why did you do that there? So it's just the interactive part of it that I wouldn't say it's anything real unique, but it besides the things I just talked about, but more so the flow of how you watch every game together and every practice together. What'd you think here? Hey, oh man, what if we, what if we'd have done this instead of that? And so, again, I think he's done a good job. We found ways to win. We have a lot to improve on. And he'll tell you he needs to continue to improve. We all need to continue to improve. But I think he's done a lot of good things, and then and he's got to continue getting better.
What do you think has allowed Morrow to take the leap that he has this year?
Yeah, this guy, I wish you guys could see every day. There's sometimes I don't want you guys in here at all, and then there's sometimes I wish you guys could see everything every day. I'm just teasing, but I wish you could see the everyday process that he goes through. Man, it's not a surprise to me that, and it may be a surprise to everybody else, or I don't know. I don't know what the thought process is there, but it's not, when I see a guy work the way he works on a daily basis, consistently, over and over and over again, and you guys get to see how hard he plays in the game. I mean, his motor is constantly running, and he can't turn that off. Like he does that in everything that he does. He does that with how he leads his teammates. He does that with how he practices. He does that with how he walks through. He does that with how he meets, and it's like a guy like that who loves football, who's ultra tough, who gives everything he has every moment. God willing, those guys are going to reach their ceiling. Like, they have no choice. There's no other choice. Like, you can't put in the work that he puts in with the relentless effort that he puts it in with, and not reach your ceiling if God willing. So, as good of and as talented as he is, as you hear it in my answer, it's all about the other stuff that he has, in his, with how he kind of goes through about his business.
How about with Jordan Davis, won the NFC Defensive Player of the Week this week? What's your vantage point on his development?
Yeah, just proud of him, because I think what a great example of, the world that we live in today, instant gratification. And, he had to go through some ups and downs, always has made plays for us, whether, starting in 2022. But there's been ups and downs in his career. And he's just continued to put his head down and work. He's got himself in the best shape of his life. I think he's seeing that, and it's paying off. And yeah, just can't say anything more, but just happy for him, and because of all the work that he's put into to get that acknowledgement that he got from the NFL, and he's been playing really good football, and it's awesome to be able to talk about those guys like Morrow and Jordan, and their continued development, because they're really helping us win games.
You mentioned Rathman the other day on protecting the ball. Is there anybody on the other side of the ball that, through your course of the years, that has really influenced the way you try to take away the ball?
I thought Coach Eberflus was really good in that aspect, and obviously Gannon was with him, and so Jonathan and I thought about that the exact same way. But I always thought that Coach Eberflus was really good at emphasizing that, being that his background just with the, with the Tampa 2 stuff and the old Bears, and I'm not saying he was there during that Bears era, but he had those ties there, and they won so many games that way. So yeah, I give Coach, I purposely left him out the other day because I didn't want to give him any praise going into our game. But I think that Coach Rathman, Coach Singleton, Coach Eberflus all have had a good influence on me as far as the protecting the football and taking the football away.
A lot of the 3 and outs have come when you guys have been backed up. I imagine percentage-wise, most teams go more 3 and out in that area. But have you identified what it is, and how can you guys kind of break that tendency
of going 3 and out or being backed up?
Going 3 and out when you are backed up.
Yeah. I think that there are common themes. Obviously won't get into the specifics there, but, being in 3rd and long, I've been saying that all year. When you're in 3rd and long, it's harder to convert it, obviously, than 3rd and 2 to 6 or 2 to 5 or whatever it is. And so it's being efficient on those plays and, eliminating some of the things that put you in the hole, whether that's a penalty, whether that's a negative play. And again, when I say those things, I'm looking at everybody. It's the play call, it's the execution, it's everything. And so, I think it always keeps coming back to being able to be ahead of the sticks, and being able to be explosive. It doesn't have to creep its way out of there, right? It doesn't have to be 3-yard gain, 3-yard gain, 5-yard gain, 7-yard gain. It can be 20-yard gain, being explosive back there as well, which is some of those things that we're continuing to work on as a staff, as players, of how we be more efficient in those areas.
As you try to find,
you spoke a lot of bench, and you specifically mentioned getting the ball with guys running within 5 yards of the line of scrimmage. Has that shifted over your time here? Do you see changes in terms of the route concept? How do you explain that?
Not necessarily that shifted, but obviously want to always be able, defenses have changed, slightly, but you still try to work your way to get the shallows and crossers against what you want them. And again, we've had areas of success with that here, have had areas of success with that in the past of other places I've been. Always something that we want to think about to be able to get our guys the ball in space to make plays. And that's, maybe there's different thoughts of how we do it now. That doesn't mean we aren't still thinking about the other ways we've done it as well. But obviously you grow, you add something to it, you take something away from it to continue to try to make it be what you want.
Last one, Cade.
As you try to find more consistency on offense, how do you not fall into the trap of maybe pressing or getting out of character to make some of those explosives or get things going?
Yeah, I think that's a good question. I think that when you're in the midst of a game or when you're in the midst of preparing for a game, it's so important that you stick to your process. Like, I always compare it to these guys like a free throw when everything is noisy around you and everything's going crazy and the magnitude of the situation, whether you've had a lot of success or whether you've had a couple games, because 2 games before that have a lot of success. 2 games after that haven't been as good. And regardless of what that is, there's always going to be ups and downs in a season. There's always going to be ups and downs in a life. Like, I try to put as much of this into life as I possibly can, because my job's not, the way I look at my job is not just to help them become better football players. I want to help them become better men. And it's being locked in, laser focused on the process, your dribbles, instead of, what appears to be chaos or comfort or whatever it is. And so you attack it the exact same way.
There's Nick Sirianni with some interesting things to say when asked about the reports. He said, I don't put a lot of credence into that. Obviously, it's not good for me to read anything. But he says, I don't put a lot of credence if someone doesn't put their name to it. And I guess he's saying the reports are saying that, sources say, not so-and-so said. So we kind of danced around that one a little bit. When asked about Kevin Batul and the job he thought he was doing, little word salad. A lot of word salad. Very Sirianni-esque. Sirianni's very good at tiptoeing around the issues, right? He doesn't want to give you much. I like the one he says, I wish you could see every day, but I don't want you guys here all the time. I want you to see what I see, but I don't want you really here. I don't want to have to do this for real. All right, Sirianni and the 3 o'clock hour brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating and plumbing, service and installation for generations. Call 609-390-3907 online, broadlees.net. Coming up, today's unsportsmanlike moment of the day. It's a fun one today. Stick around. More Sports Bash on the way.
Cam Pratt, CP3,
makes me sick.
One of our producers, brought in hard-boiled eggs into the studio.
One.
You know, I hate hard-boiled eggs.
And Pat Costello is furious at him.
Foul. Cam, that feels like a personal attack against your teammates. It feels like you wanted to punish Nuno and Pat, and I don't know why you would do that to them.
I didn't realize that this would strike such a chord.
Do you have a nose?
I don't have the strongest nose, so I probably should have considered other people have stronger smells than I do, but it doesn't smell that bad in here to me.
Pat, Cece threw out the idea of the microwaved fish.
Yeah, this is the same concept, except worse because microwave fish doesn't smell like fart.
So if you had one in the studio, would you take the microwave fish or would you take the hard-boiled egg?
The microwave fish.
Me too.
It's our unsportsmanlike moment of the day, brought to you by White Horse RV Center. Find fall closeout savings on 2025s and select pre-owned RV. Shop now before they're gone. White Horse RV, your RV adventure starts here. The microwave fish is easily the answer to that question over the hard-boiled egg. The hard-boiled egg doesn't even really have an odor unless you fart.
Okay, I totally disagree with you about this. I didn't expect you to go this direction. Hard-boiled egg is one of the most, that and deviled eggs, all those type of egg types.
The hard-boiled egg has no odor.
Yes, it does. It smells disgusting.
Only if you pass gas.
No. It smells the moment the container is open. It smells the moment it's cooked in the kitchen.
There's
it's
nothing worse than the microwave seafood, fish, yada, yada, yada.
It sounds like you're like Cam Pratt. Maybe your sense of smell might not be
I don't feel
attuned to the disgustingness of the egg.
I definitely don't feel that I can smell hard-boiled egg when it's like, hey, you're eating a hard-boiled egg. I wouldn't smell that.
I can smell it a mile away.
Microwaved seafood, soon as it starts, you know it right away.
You do, but not all. I see, this is where I'm with Pat Costello. Microwave seafood doesn't always smell disgusting. That's the difference. Like, there are certain seafoods that, you know, if you're at home, let's say, and somebody's put something in the microwave, you might be like, oh, that's blah, blah, blah. Like, you're not, like, walking in the room ready to, like, I need to go vomit.
Hold on a second. You show up to work with 2 hard-boiled eggs in a Ziploc bag. Mm-hmm. You can't smell that.
I can smell it once it's opened.
No way.
Yep.
Not more than microwave fish.
To me, it's all the same. I'm with Pat and Michelle on this.
No way. I mean, to me, and I eat seafood. The
me
microwave
too. I'm a
fish
big
smell,
seafood guy.
The microwave fish smell is pungent right away.
It's pungent, yes, because the way the microwave cooks it, it just like amplifies its worst qualities.
Yeah, but like if you came with, that's why when they were talking about this morning, I'm like, if you showed up to work and had 2 hard-boiled eggs in a Ziploc bag, I wouldn't be able to smell that.
The moment it's opened,
I don't think so.
The world is coming to an end.
I don't think so. Do you like a hard-boiled egg?
Nope.
Really?
Hate it.
Oh, I love a hard-boiled egg.
It makes me nauseous.
My girlfriend doesn't eat eggs either. It's like she just doesn't eat eggs. She doesn't.
I don't like eggs either.
You don't like eggs?
I don't like eggs.
Man,
I love seafood though. I don't like eggs.
I like a hard-boiled egg.
Nope.
I love eggs.
Nope.
Seafood, but the smell of seafood in the microwave.
Yeah, because the smell of seafood in the microwave is just its worst qualities.
Yeah.
I do agree with that, but I'm out on the eggs.
Speaking of smells, I walked into this studio the other day and I said,
Monday,
it stinks in here.
Yes.
Like it smelled. And Josh jumps up. He says, I think I know what this is. And I'm thinking, he's like, I'm going to fix it. I'm thinking, how are you going to fix this? It stinks. He came back in. He says, I took care of it. I said, what did you do? He stepped in crap is what he did.
Yeah, so.
And he stepped in the crap and then brought it into here.
Well,
and my question
accurate.
was, so he's telling me the hard-boiled egg smells. And I'm saying to myself now as we're having this conversation, but you didn't smell the crap on your shoe?
No, that's not the whole story. So what happened is that on Monday is trash day where I live. So I went outside and I saw the paper and the plastics were blown halfway around the neighborhood. So I had to go clean it up. I didn't realize till I got in my car that I stepped in some dung. So then I pull over on the side of the road on my way to work and I'm like, scraping it off on the side of the road, trying to clean it up, get off my shoe. Well, I got back in the car and I'm like, all right, I don't smell it anymore.
Oh.
So I thought it was fine.
As soon as I walked in this room,
as soon as I walked in the room, the moment I walked in the room, you kind of looked around. You're like, what is that?
It was disgracefully disgusting. It was so noticeable. And I was like, it smelled like someone vomited. I was like, you don't smell this? You're like, I know what it is. And I'm like, what do you mean you know what it is? You're sitting in it and you didn't smell it too?
Well, because what happens is that the human body adapts to its environment. So my nose adapted to crap.
That's unfortunate. I think I'd rather have a hard-boiled egg. Football at 4. Adam Kaplan is subbing for Mosher today. Football at 4 is coming up next. But first, I need caller 7, 609 573-3776. 609 573-3776. Caller number 7 right now. You are entered for this year's 99 Bottles party at Maynard's in Margate. You must be present to win a week from today for the live show at Maynard's in Margate for this year's 99 Bottles party. It's our biggest party of the year. Eagles club box seats, Sixers tickets, Flyers tickets, concert tickets, comedy shows, and so much more. Be caller 7 right now at 609-573-3776. 609-573-3776. Caller number 7 right now. You are entered for this year's 99 Bottles party at Maynard's in Margate. Caller 7. Good luck. Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by the Fanatics Sportsbook, Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City, the Gallery, Bar, Book, and Games. The place to be this football season is Ocean Casino. Go to Ocean. Go to the Gallery. Go for the win. For more, visit oceanac.com. Adam Kaplan from the Inside the Birds podcast, which you can get on all podcasting platforms, is pinch hitting for Jeff Mosher today here on the Sports Bash. Eagles getting ready for the Cowboys. We just heard from Nick Sirianni, who spoke earlier today, and he talked about it. This is a different Cowboys team from the first time they played them. I want to start with Adam. How different are the Eagles in your mind from the first time they played the Cowboys? Because I think that it's fair to say the Cowboys are a different team.
Mike, you got to go to defense, and you've got really three new players. You've got Brandon Graham, of course, who came out of retirement. You've got Jalen Phillips, and who's been, nothing short of amazing. Now, Nolan Smith, he played in the first game, but we have to remember that, or what did he? I don't have the game book in front of me from week one. I don't remember. I know he re-injured the triceps. I just don't remember if he played in week one. But the bottom line is, what's interesting now is Nolan Smith is the third edge. BG's the fourth. So Nolan is really not a starter right now. I just don't see that happening. Phillips and Jalen Hunt, Mike, want to know what's different? We literally could talk 20 minutes about what's just changed about their defense, other than they're playing great right now. Jalen Hunt has made a major jump in the last 3 weeks. Ironically, similar to Nolan Smith, Mike, last year in the second half. It was really right before the first half ended that he started to really come on. He had a really good year after a really rough start. Hunt is really improved. Add Nakobe Dean, who I find it hard to believe there's an inside backer right now playing better football. It's one of the most amazing stories. And, Mike, don't forget, back-to-back major injuries. First, Liz Frank, the rupture, not the sprain 2 years ago. And then last year, of course, with the torn patellar tendon. This guy's mental toughness is just remarkable. Here's some more stuff. Drew Makuba playing really good football right now after being inconsistent. Very few corners playing better than Quinyon Mitchell right now. Well, Joey Jackson got a little bit better, Mike. He didn't kill the Eagles last week. He held his own after a little bit of a rough start. By the way, Jordan Davis has raised his level majorly. He got off to a good start, and he's been consistent. Moro Joma's been a nice story. He's been somewhat of a breakout story. And the other part about it, Mike, is John Campbell's no longer starting like he was when Dean got back. Dean's outplayed him. Who knew? So, Mike, you want to know what's changed? I just gave you the whole thing.
Yeah, you broke down a lot of good points there. By the way, Jordan Davis made history today. He is the first player ever to win Special Teams Player of the Week in one season and Defensive Player of the Week.
He was named, I didn't know that.
He was named Defensive Player of the Week today, and he was when he blocked that field goal, he got named Special Teams Player of the Week. So Nolan Smith did play in the first game against the Cowboys, by the way. But I want to bring up this question. I'm glad you went down that road because Jalen Hunt was essentially the guy. They talked about him all offseason. How much now having Jalen Phillips on the other side is allowing Hunt to kind of live freely?
Well, he's actually started playing better before Phillips got there. But understand something. It wasn't. I didn't see him as a breakout player. I know Andrew did. I thought they were skipping steps with him. I thought that there was too much put on Jalen Hunt. He got off to a kind of a slow start. But now you're starting to see what the upside is. Remember, Mike, he was an edge rusher for 2 years in college, Mike. He was a safety before they had that crazy growth spurt. It's one of these rare stories. And he is starting to come on here. He's got ideal length. If you look at the length of Phillips and Hunt, Hunt is just under 6'4", but he's got long arms. Phillips is 6'5", 260, might be more than that, but he's in great physical shape. And as Jeff brought this up on our show a couple weeks ago, and he's right. Before Phillips, right, you've got Nolan Smith, who's 6'2", 245. BG is, I know he's listed as 6'2". He's really not. He's 6'1". I've stood next to him, sat with him many times. He's not 6'2". I don't see it. We're 6'1". And Josh Uche, now he's out of the rotation, Mike. He's 6'1". So you get Phillips and Hunt, and they're so explosive, Mike. And one more thing before we move on here. I know a lot of people have been asking us this question. I'm not saying they're wrong, but to say that could they be last year's defense? A lot of people think now all of a sudden because they're playing great. Understand, Mike, that was just an incredible defense last year. We didn't even talk about Zach Bond. Shame on me. He's not playing quite to the level of last year. He's still playing really, really well.
Yeah.
The whole defense, Mike, right now is coming on. Now, I still worry about right corner. And the weather had something to do with it. And look, Jackson, after the 2 plays he gave up, one was for a touchdown technically, rebounded really well. He's just got to play well week to week. We'll talk more about that another time or even in this segment. But that to me is the only one. That's right now the only issue I have. And it wasn't this way to start the season, Mike, is right corner. Other than that, they've got depth. I mean, D-tackle, Byron Young's fine as a 3. Ty Robinson's not ready yet. He's too raw. He needs a lot of work. But Mike, the thing is, they could. We're waiting to see this, and we have to ask Greg Cosell this. Are they lining up Phillips inside at all? And BG may wind up doing that a little bit, like he has in the past, where he excels at it. So they're in real good shape here, Mike. Their defense is good. Right now it's played elite, but let's be careful of because people in this market, anyone who plays well, it's a player or something happens great for 2 weeks, they think it's like the best of all time. Like, just let the thing happen first before we project.
I want to get your take because obviously everybody's talking about the offense, what's wrong with the offense.
Yeah,
How much do we think there's something wrong with the offense? The weather the last 2 games, you've had like big wind problems. Is that part of the problem here, or no, there's problems with this offense? What do you think?
Well, no, I mean, look, the wind in the Green Bay game was nothing like the wind on Sunday night was bad. I mean, I talked to enough people who were there. I talked to people who were on the field. It was bad. I mean, it was bad. Now, here's why. You got to have a quarterback who's got a strong arm like Jalen Hurts, like Jared Goff. The rush got to him. Let's call it like it is. The rush got to him. They'll take nothing away from the Eagles' defense. They got to him. But the other thing is, Hurts, he overthrew Barkley on the wheel. It should have been a touchdown, but he missed him. But he got the ball down there. Jared Goff's not making that throw. He doesn't have a strong enough arm. Jared Goff is a rhythm timing passer. He's great at it when he's on. When he's not, you saw him frenetic. He had a bad game. Weather didn't help him. I mean, I would say it's fair to bring it up, but Mike, this is what Jeff and I, from the people we spoke with, Jeff and I and Andrew, we talk about it, but Jeff and I in particular, because we look at the whole league and we talk to people, and I could tell you that the scheme from tape is not very good. The good schemes, Mike, and this is Sirianni's scheme. It's 5 years they've run this. They've never not run it. Okay, Kellen Moore did make some. He made some tweaks to it, but it was absolutely a Sirianni scheme. Don't get me wrong. This is back to totally Sirianni. It's not a great scheme off tape from people in the league that I've talked with. That's part of it. You asked the question, Mike. I'm just telling you, it's not a great scheme.
Yeah.
I'm not absolving Hurts. He's got to play better. Timing is bad. He's got to get the ball out of his hands. But I always say this about Jalen Hurts. If you want to know what it looks like, elite football, watch the game against Pittsburgh last year. That was when he said, they took the straight jacket off or whatever, when he said that after the game.
Yeah. Is that what you all wanted to see?
I mean, Mike, and for the people who say he can't throw it inside, I know he doesn't like to do it. That game, if you watch that tape, the Super Bowl, his first Super Bowl, where it was the best game of his life, he should have gotten MVP. I know they lost the game, but he can do it. It's just that they've got to get him to get rid of the football earlier. Sirianni and Patullo, they've got to get him in a rhythm earlier. This is the same problem I had with Kellen Moore last year. I said it way too much on our show last year. It sort of bothered me, and I'm not even a fan. It bothered me. This staff has got to do a better job of getting Hurts out on a rhythm. That's fair criticism.
All right. Obviously, Derrick Gunn had the report over on your platform talking about this, and today Sirianni said, look, I don't put a lot of credence into that. There's no name on it. But, I mean, it's pretty damning to say the guy's practicing something during practice, and they're essentially not running what they did in practice. We practice to throw it here, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then Sunday you're throwing it someplace else. I mean, I think those are pretty damning takes by Gunner, and who's a guy who is very well respected.
He is. Look, understand one thing, because I know some of our listeners and viewers on our platform on YouTube comments are mad at D. Gunn about, it can't be right because Jordan Mailata backed him up, said it's not true. Well, first of all, no criticism of Jordan Mailata. Do you think he's really going to, even if he knew where it came from, even if he believed it, do you think he's going to say that out loud and bury his quarterback? Come on, people, be smarter than that. Of course he's not. So, look, Mike, in our reporting and everything we've known, we've talked about this for 3 years now. it's not that Hurts doesn't run the play. If it's a 5-step drop and the ball's got to be out in 2.2 seconds, he doesn't always run the play like it's supposed to be run. I can't speak for Derrick. It's not like I talked to him about it. I know he put the show up with Ray Ginger on our show, on their show that they have every week. By the way, Birds Weekly, it drops twice a week for those guys. But understand something. Hurts has a processing issue. This is not me making it up. It's a fact. The tape confirms it. Everyone we've talked about who's great at his tape has said the same thing. Mm-hmm. He doesn't always throw on time. I don't know why. I can't answer that, Mike. I've talked to coaches about this over the years. You can't get into someone's mind. You can't. Coach, I've asked John D. Flippo this about when he's worked with quarterbacks, Wentz, other quarterbacks, Carson Palmer, Terrell Pryor. I could go through all the Gardner Minshew, by the way. When quarterbacks are not processing well, what do? You show them. You talk about it. What were you seeing on the sidelines? You can't argue. You don't get on them. You go over it in the tape and you show them. But on my point, and where I'm going to back Hurts a little bit, I'm not absolving from anything. We've talked about this now for 4 years on your show, okay? You've got to help your quarterback, Mike. And I don't know who D. Gunn spoke to, but I just know what I know. I don't really talk about other reporters and what they put out. I know what I know. We've talked on our Patreon platform very strongly about some of the issues with the scheme over the years and Hurts. And by the way, about Sirianni and Hurts not. They had issues on 2 years ago when Hurts regressed. So, Mike, to answer your question, and I'm just going to put this out there a little bit, until you cannot change a scheme in season, it's impossible. You can't do it. I just feel like they're going to need to overhaul this thing in the spring. Yep. I think Nick has got to bring in someone else, or if it's going to be Patullo still here calling the plays, being involved, they've got to take a deeper look. This scheme needs to be junked. I mean, and one league source told me he has no idea what kind of scheme this is. He said, I don't know if it's West Coast, North Turner, timing, Sampezi. He said he couldn't figure it out because he just doesn't think it's a very good scheme, and I just gave you the answers to the test.
All right, Adam Kaplan, everybody. Inside the Birds podcast on all podcasting platforms, and, of course, Football at 4 here on the Sports Bash every day, 4 o'clock, and we appreciate Adam, of course, stepping in today for Jeff. Thank you, Adam.
You got it. Thank you.
All right, Adam Kaplan from Inside the Birds podcast at Kaplan NFL on X platform. Of course, the Inside the Birds podcast you can check out on all podcasting platforms. And he mentioned Derrick Gunn is Birds Weekly on the Inside the Birds platform, and that is really the big news this week is the Derrick Gunn Report. And Sirianni said, quote, I've been around long enough to know that, so I don't give it a lot of credence when there's not a name. Again, just don't fall into the trap of believing everything you see or read. Okay, I'll play along. I hope he's right. I hope there's no credence to it, but this is what I would say. When an organization wants a message to get out there, they know how to get it out. Right? When an organization wants to get the message to the guy, but he's not getting the message, what do? I can only tell you till you're blue in the face. If you don't listen to me, I got to go another route. So then I go and I tell someone, and they leak the article or they leak my feelings out there. And they say, hey, can you put this out there because he's not getting it? So maybe there's no definitive, reason for them to think that Jalen is kind of a problem here. But somebody else, maybe the coaches, maybe the coaches don't think that. But maybe there's somebody else in that organization that thinks that there's a reason to say, and that's why Sirianni's saying, look, I don't know who put their name on this thing. I don't put a lot of credence into it because it's not me, it's not Patullo, it's not X, Y, or Z. That doesn't mean it's not somebody else. It's kind of like the Embiid stuff. Remember Embiid last year?
Locker room.
Right, and he was like, the story about Maxey called him out in the meeting. And he's like, well, who said that? Who would have put that out there? And somebody in this organization wanted to get that out there. They wanted Embiid to know that it's unacceptable and let everybody know that this is happening.
Part of the thing with the Eagles also is that, and I think that part of what Adam was talking about how the coaches got to do a better job of helping the quarterback and getting through the quarterback, I think that's part of the reason why Sirianni is out of the loop on this. Because, again, as we talked about many times this week, Kevin Patullo is here and has this job because of Nick Sirianni. Him and Sirianni have been together for a very long time. And there is a sentiment among a group of players and that coaching staff where everyone likes KP. Everyone likes Kevin. Okay? Everyone likes him. They want him there. They enjoy him, blah, blah, blah. And no one seems to want to criticize him in certain corners of that organization.
Well, listen.
And I got a feeling that part of this leak, whether it's just Diana Rossini and or Derrick Gunn or other people, is someone maybe the front office who maybe is not in love with Kevin Patullo and is saying, look, I'm willing to say what needs to be said, which is this is what Jalen Hurts is doing during the week, and this is what's happening on game day.
Yeah, I mean, this whole thing for a team that's 8-2 and is winning games, for it to be at this, but what Adam just said there is kind of interesting, that the whole scheme needs to get blown up.
Yes.
Which means you almost have to think about changing the head coach. Because this is his scheme. This is what he wants. This is what he's running. And if you're saying, hey, we want to get rid of your offense.
I will say,
is he going to Doug Peterson it and say, no, I'm not getting rid of my offense?
The only reason I don't think he'll Doug Peterson it is because they brought in Kellen Moore 2 years ago. And they had the tough conversation that offseason. They fired 90% of the coaching staff. And I don't think 90% of the coaches are getting fired at all. But I do think that I can see a scenario where the owner and the general manager sit down with the head coach like they did 2 years ago and said, we need to have a conversation. And I think that conversation can result in bringing in somebody, maybe not necessarily who's going to be like the explicit play caller, but one of those, as you've described them, Mike, older veteran coaches who's no longer looking for a head coaching job,
which is kind of funny because I was reading an article a couple breaks ago. NFL.com put out its top head coaching candidates for 2026.
Yeah.
Kevin Patullo on the list.
Good.
Is it good, though? I go back to, is it good?
Well, isn't it the best case scenario if they win another Eagles win a Super Bowl again this year and somebody hires Patullo?
Yeah, but
and
then
now you're rid of this situation.
It goes back to you're now hiring another new play caller.
Right, but instead of it being them forcing Sirianni to do it.
I know.
Now it's, we can't do anything about it.
Just
now we
big
got to bring in
picture,
somebody
it's
else.
not good to have another offensive coordinator.
I know that, and you know that, and I think most people in the Eagles organization would admit that as well, but I think they also understand that nothing you can do if you keep hiring people.
All right, Sports Bats Live, 97.3 ESPN, football at 4, as always, brought to you by the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. All right, when we come back, no Nuggets today. Nuggets is still sick. Q Myers from Game Night's going to jump on in, and we'll do a little on cue with him as we'll go through NFL Week 11, look ahead to Week 12, get his thoughts on what's happening with this team. That's all still to come. Plus, Ray in Egg Harbor Township. Come on down, Ray. You are the latest qualifier for this year's 99 Bottles Party. We'll see you at Maynard's in Margate a week from today. That's when the 99 Bottles Party celebrates at Maynard's with all the tickets, 99 pairs of tickets. Coming up next, Q Myers from ESPN Radio's Game Night here on the Sports Bash. All right, 4:31 on the Sports Bash Live. Your home for Eagles football this Sunday, 4:25 kickoff. Eagles Cowboys renew their rivalry. You can listen to the game. Merrill Reese, Mike Quick call all the action. 3 o'clock pregame, 4:25 the kickoff. Now the Cowboys were in Vegas Monday night, and man, that Vegas team stinks. They are bad. One guy who had to watch that game is Q Myers, host of Game Night on 97.3 ESPN. Joins me now on the Sports Bash. I don't know how you put up with that, man. I can't imagine being a fan of a team that gives me that kind of display week in and week out. Better you than me, though, man.
Hey, it was a tough go, that's for sure, man. And you know the worst part about it,
It's been a tough go for a decade or longer.
But, I mean, that was really bad. And again, it's one thing if it's Sunday and the noon slate or whatever, you know, and everyone's not watching it. But that was Monday Night Football. That's when all eyes are on you. And it wasn't even one of these double dips when it comes to Monday Night Football. It was the only game. And the names are great. Cowboys, Raiders, fantastic. But the play on the field obviously was not. The silver and black just did not show up. It was a really bad game, an embarrassment. Cowboy fans took over the stadium. I mean, there was so many different ways I could break it down, but you saw it. It wasn't good.
No, it wasn't. It's funny because, you hire Pete Carroll. You wonder if you got to one and done that thing and start all over. But you were there and saw Dallas, and I'm interested from your take. Like Dallas, I don't know what you think. They legit. Their defense, they got Quinn and Williams. They look a little better there. They're getting a little healthier. We know their offense is pretty darn good. What was your takeaways on Dallas?
Well, see, that's the problem. I don't know how good their defense really was because the Raiders' offense was so bad. And the offensive line for the Raiders was so bad. And it was banged up. It was compromised going into that game. I mean, they had a backup left tackle. They had a backup right guard. They had a backup center. So, they had a second-year guy at the right tackle spot. Their offensive line has been bad all season, and then that was the ultimate worst. So I think that the Dallas Cowboys got better defensively, but if I told you, like, man, they are legit, Quentin Williams is the man. I mean, I think he had a sack and a half in the first half, right? And that's just –
Which was more than he had with the Jets.
Exactly. So, again, that's why I kind of take it with a grain of salt. I do know that their offense is legit. Like, we've seen evidence of that. But their defense, I still question it because, man, the Raiders' offense and their offensive line is just so bad.
Q Myers Game Night on 97.3 ESPN, weeknights at 10 right here on 97.3. And, yeah, I mean, that's the thing. The Eagles are playing – they played opening night. Both teams are very different, but we know the Cowboys' offense is pretty good. And I'm wondering how much different they are from opening night 12 weeks later now. Is this offense, they're 4-5-1.
Yeah.
They're pretty much going to have to run the table here. And to get to the playoffs, they need this game. And you wonder if they have a good enough effort in them, knowing what we know about Philadelphia, what's going on with them offensively. Do you look at this game and say, that Cowboys team that I just watched, games in Dallas, we know Dak against the NFC East at home. Is this a game that you're looking from afar thinking that Dallas has a shot to clip the Eagles?
Yeah, I am. And, I'm really high on the Eagles, and I believe that they're going to be that team coming out the East, and I think they're going to make a deep run in the postseason. But I do believe that this game is one of those that's set up for the Cowboys to even potentially win it, right? I mean, because the Cowboys, as you know, they win games like this, and they look at them and you think, okay, well, their defense isn't really that good. It was just the Raiders. But that's the kind of game that they'll step up and they'll win. And I'll tell you what I do know, and I could walk to the front of the congregation and testify about. George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb are one hell of a 1-2 punch, right? They are one hell of a 1-2 punch. We already knew that, but seeing it up close and personal and seeing how good they really are together, and Pickens obviously playing in the contract year, this guy is playing at a very high level. I mean, this dude is making CeeDee Lamb's job so much easier. Yeah. Obviously, Ferguson at the tight end spot, and they have a run game now. So, yeah, man, I think this is going to be one of those really close games between Dallas and Philly, only because I don't know if Philly can open up their offense enough, right? And again, I don't know how good Dallas's defense is. How much of what they did was a product of the Raiders just being really bad, or has their defense improved now that they've gotten healthy and they've got some extra players along that defensive side of the ball? So I do think this is going to be a lot closer than a lot of people probably anticipate.
Well, Q Myers is our guest from Game Night on 97.3 ESPN. Time as well against the Lions. You watch that offense. what are we watching with this Eagles offense?
Yeah, that's a good question, right? And it's so funny because there is some issues with the offense. We know that, and A.J. Brown is the guy that comes out and talks about it. Devontae Smith, regardless how happy or unhappy he is with the offense, they've got to find a way to open this thing up, right? I mean, I hated the way that the game ended on Sunday night against the Lions. I don't think that was the only reason that the Lions lost that game. I just felt like the officials took it out of the Lions' chances, even to make it exciting towards the end. So, we'll see. But the Eagles, they do have to figure things out. Like A.J. Brown's not completely 100% wrong when it comes to, the offense has to do its heavy lifting because the defense is great. They're doing a really good job right now. But if they ever have a one-off night, right, a one-off day at the stadium, they can all of a sudden find themselves in a bad position because their offense just isn't clicking enough.
Got that right. A lot of drama around the Eagles. Again.
Always.
There was a report on Monday. Derrick Gunn, a very well-respected Eagles reporter. He has been around the team for years. He is not a hot take guy. Yeah. He is not a hyperbole guy. This is what he had to say on the Birds Weekly podcast. Take a listen, Q.
He's been talked to by coaches and other people in the organization. They practice the offense and getting ready for an opponent a certain way. But when the game comes around, those plays are not run the way they were practiced. And if you remember, if you go back to that Green Bay game, when he threw the bomb late in the game to AJ and he didn't catch it, we saw Nick Sirianni on the sideline screaming, why? And then Devontae Smith said in the postgame, well, number 1 and number 11 call that play, and whatever 1 and 11 wants, they get, and we just roll with it.
Whatever 1 and 11 want, they get, and we roll with it. That's damning. But he also said at the beginning, they're running plays in practice all week long one way, and then they get to the game, and the quarterback's not running the play that they practiced all week. I mean, this sounds like dysfunction going back to the dysfunction they had a couple years ago, which we still don't really know what it was.
It really does feel like that. That's exactly what I thought of when I was listening to that soundbite, because I remember when Jalen Hurts got the contract, and then it seemed like he needed to go out there and prove he deserved the contract. And he started throwing the ball around the yard, and there was times in the end of games, and I don't remember exactly what game it was, but he threw a deep ball and it got intercepted, and it ended the game. And it's like, you didn't have to throw that deep shot. And I remember then, Mike, that there was rumblings of, that's not even the play that was called. That was the call that he basically checked into, like, this is what we're going to run. So that, to me, I think is damning, right? I think that that's a problem if that, in fact, is really going on.
Yep.
Now, I know that everyone's going to do damage control and say that's not the case, this, that, and the other, trying to make everybody be on the same page. But if that's what players like Devontae Smith are saying, if that's what A.J. Brown is backing up, then there's probably something there. Where there's smoke, there's usually fire, as we know. And that could be a problem moving forward for the ultimate goal of what the Eagles have, which is not just making the postseason, but getting back to the Super Bowl.
Well, yeah, but you know what AJ insinuated last week. He didn't say names, but are you starting to put the pieces together?
Yep. Oh, yeah. There's no doubt. So, look, I think the one thing that we can all confirm is that 11 and 1 aren't on the same page, right? Even going back to what Brandon Graham said last year, right, before he decided that he was going to retire and now he's back. Right. So, I mean, it's to me, there's definitely some issues there. It's one of those where, it's like the relationship, the couple at the end of the block that, they appear on the outside to be a really happy couple, but everyone knows that they got issues, but they put on a happy face when they're in public. It seems like that's not even happening now. It seems like that there's definitely something that's going to bubble up and boil out when it comes to that situation between Hurts and obviously A.J. Brown. And it sounds like even more players like Devontae Smith as well.
Well, we'll see. I mean, this and a couple of years ago, they played San Fran. They got blasted in that game. That was the beginning. The next week, they played Dallas and got blasted by Dallas. And, Dallas caught them. I don't think Dallas can catch them in the division this year, although no team has won the NFC East back-to-back years in 20 years. So that looms.
Yep.
I just think Dallas, they're 4-5-1.
Right.
Do you think – I think you're going to need 10 wins in the NFC. I don't know that they get 6 more wins.
Right, agreed, exactly. I think it's a little too late for the Dallas Cowboys. And again, because I don't know if their defense is really good or not. And I really tend to believe that they're not really as good as they appear to be. on Monday night, I think that was more of a product of the Raiders are just bad. Like, you started the whole thing off with that's a bad football team. You are not wrong, right? And I can go on for hours about how bad that football team is. So I think that was more of the product of them just being bad as opposed to the Cowboys being great. But this will be a great test. And then you look at the rest of their schedule. Their schedule is tough. So I don't see six more wins, in the pipeline for the Cowboys based off what they have and who they have to play.
Well, they got Philadelphia this week, and let's get into some NFL topics. Q Myers from Game Night. Are you ready to bury Kansas City?
I'm not going to bury them, but I've been talking for a while that they weren't going to be that team this year. Now, I don't know what that means. Right now, if the season ended, they wouldn't be in the playoffs. I don't think that they're a team that's going to make a deep postseason run, even if they do find a way to get in. Mike, they lost 2 games last year. They have already lost 5. Right. And you could just tell, and I've said it before on your show and in many other shows, they are not Debo anymore. They are not scared. No one's scared of Debo. Right. I mean, there was a time when he came running down the block, or he came riding the beach cruiser down the block, and everyone put their chains inside their shirt and got scared. It was like, oh, Debo's coming. Now it's like, oh, it's only Debo. Right. It ain't no big deal. Once they got knocked out once, and I'll say that the Eagles, that was Craig, knocked him out. Right. And now I don't think anyone's scared of Kansas City, and that's part of their superpower that they had, is they had mind control over the rest of the league. They don't have that anymore.
The Lions are also on the Dallas schedule. They go Philly, Kansas City, Detroit. That's Dallas's upcoming schedule. Are we ready to bury the Lions?
No, not at all. No, not at all. I like what the Lions are doing. I think that they're going to be there when it's all said and done, right? I mean, they're going to be a team that's going to make the postseason, and they're going to have every game that they play is going to be difficult. Every single game. They are not going to roll over for anyone. They are just that. They are the protege of Dan Campbell, right? They are Dan Campbell on the field. So I think that they're definitely right there when it's all said and done. They're going to have a hiccup here, a hiccup there, but they're going to be in the mix when it's all said and done for sure.
Are we ready to start believing in the Bears?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Right? I mean, look, they're in that division, right, with the Lions, and they have that opportunity to keep it rolling. I thought that they were going to lose this past week to Minnesota. They found a way to win at the end, and I give them credit for that. But I don't think that they're as polished and as good as maybe their record says they are right now, but I give them credit for the wins that they've got under Ben Johnson in year 1. I think they're similar to the Patriots, where they're going to – they're going to push everyone. They're going to make them, feel them and really earn a victory, but they're not really ready yet, in my opinion, to take that next step. Patriots are a little bit closer, but they're still not there either.
So Patriots not quite there. What about Denver?
I think Denver's got it. I just don't trust Bo Nix, man. I don't trust him to be consistent. I love their defense, though. Their defense is nasty with all the sacks that they're able to get and all the pressure they're able to get on the quarterback. I just don't trust their quarterback to go out there and consistently play at the level he's supposed to play at. I mean, man, seeing him a couple Thursdays ago on Thursday Night Football against the Raiders, I mean, he was bad. The Raiders should have won that game, right? And of course, they don't know how to win games, so they didn't. And I give Denver credit for that. They go out and they beat Kansas City as well, coming off a bye, which was huge. I don't ever think that Kansas City is going to lose coming off a bye, and Denver found a way to win. So I think that you learned a lot about the Denver Broncos this past week.
All right, who we buying, who we selling? Q Myers from Game Night. Are you ready to bury Seattle?
Not yet. I like them early, so I'm going to keep riding with them. But I'm telling you, man, I'm so scared of Sam Darnold. I really am, because, again, I feel like Sam Darnold in week 17 and 18 is going to creep up again. And you saw a bad performance from Sam. And I know his teammates are saying all the right thing, and that's great, right? But he's just, to me, he's not that quarterback that's going to take you over the top, but they do have a really good defense that'll put him in good position. So I'm not quite ready to bury him, but, man, they're getting close.
All right, right now, the last playoff team is San Francisco. They have 7. Mm-hmm. Green Bay is the 6th seed. They are 6-3-1, and Seattle is 7-3. On the outside looking in, Detroit, Carolina, then Dallas.
Okay.
Will Detroit, Carolina, or Dallas get in? Seattle, Green Bay, San Francisco be out. Any of those 3 changes?
Yeah, Detroit will be in. Detroit's going to be in, and if I had to pick one that was going to be out, I would probably –
because the Bears, by the way, the Bears are the 3 seed because they lead the division.
Yeah. And how much do they lead the division by? I can't remember.
They are 7-3.
Yeah.
Green Bay is 6-3-1, and Detroit is 6-4.
Oof, man. Somehow I think the Bears are going to fall off. I don't think the Bears are going to be in there when it's all said and done.
By the way, Dallas is a really tough path. They are 4-5-1. They're 2 wins behind Carolina, and Carolina beat them head to head. So even if they have to at least pass Carolina just to even be in play here. All right, let's go to the AFC real fast. Q Myers. Right now, the wild cards are Buffalo, the Chargers, and the Jaguars. Out are Houston, Kansas City, and Baltimore. By the way, the 11th team is Miami. I don't imagine. They're actually 4-7 now. Any changes there? Because I think Baltimore, we talked about this, I think Baltimore wins that division.
Yeah, Baltimore and Kansas City, I think, are in. Chargers and the Jaguars, I think, will be out. How about that? I don't believe in the Jacksonville Jaguars. I don't trust them week to week. I think that they're good for a game, and you saw them beat the brakes off the Chargers, but next week they'll lay an egg. And then the Chargers, I think they're so banged up, especially along that offensive line. And I don't trust Justin Herbert. I don't think he's elite. I think he's really good, but I don't think he's elite like a lot of people give him credit for. And he hasn't won anything to tell me that he is elite. So I think those 2 teams are out. How about that?
All right. Yeah, we tried yesterday to figure out which wild card teams there. It is a tough assignment to figure out the wild card teams. But it all starts tomorrow night. You got an interesting game. It is Houston, and it is the Texans and the Bills. Bills, by the way. Yes, the Bills, by the way, they are chasing the Patriots. You didn't think the Patriots were for real. Do you think the Bills will catch them?
I think the Bills will. I'm giving a lot of confidence to Josh Allen. And I'll tell you what, Sean McDermott better hope that the Bills catch him, right? If the Bills don't catch him, I think Sean McDermott, I think that they got some problems. There's some trouble in paradise. If the Bills don't live up to the billing this year, when they have everything ahead of them, and I know that the Patriots are playing really well, and Josh McDaniels is doing a good job as the OC. Mike Vrabel obviously is the head coach, and Drake May is the quarterback, but they're not supposed to be leading the division. That's the Buffalo Bills division to lose, and here we are. So I think Sean McDermott, his seat is as hot as fish grease, man. And if they don't get it done, he's going to be out. Just that plain and simple.
Okay. By the way, I like Denver. I had them winning the West at the beginning of the year.
Good one.
I'm starting to buy into the Patriots as well. I think they are well coached.
They are.
And I think the Patriots are going to hold on in that division. So I like those 2 teams. Buffalo is a wild card. Not sure about the Chiefs. Chargers, offensive line, such a disaster. So hard to figure this out. But we'll continue to do it right here with Q Myers each and every week. From game night, you can listen tonight at 10 right here on 97.3 ESPN. That is Q Myers right here on the Sports Best. Thanks, man.
All the time, man. Appreciate you, brother.
There he is, Q Myers, everybody. Make sure you listen tonight to game night. Starts at 10 o'clock right here on 97.3 ESPN. And, it's a hard thing to figure out because it's so week to week. And all these teams, they play each other. You got division teams that are all within a game of each other. Green Bay beat the Lions the first time. Then they got to try to play them again. They're going to beat them twice. You got the tie involved in that division. You got the Bears, who nobody really knows what to think. Do you believe in them or not? They're 7-3. So that division's going to be crazy. You got the West with 3 teams in the mix there. That AFC wild card thing is just a complete cluster. Trying to figure out what's going on that AFC side. The other stuff, listen, I want to see what the Eagles' offense looks like indoors this week against the Dallas defense. I'm going to hold off judgment on all these reports and all of the I don't want to say overreaction because the Eagles' offense has been wildly inconsistent. But I want to see if they can get back on track this week against a Dallas defense that is mediocre. You're indoors. Okay, I've been hearing, the weather, the wind, all of that stuff. You know where it's windy every week? Buffalo. It's windy in Buffalo every week. They don't seem to have a lot of problems scoring points in Buffalo. But I'll play along. You want to give me the wind and the weather as an excuse? Okay, I'm okay with that. But I want to see what your offense looks like against a pretty mediocre defense. Dallas's defense is improved. It's still mediocre. It is not a good defense. All right? That's my thoughts there. We'll do more on this game, of course, tomorrow. Friday, Sal Palantonio, a Sal Pal Friday. Casey Joyner tomorrow. One thought every game breaks it all down. And the Sports Bash rolls on here on this Wednesday edition on 97.3 ESPN. And that cue to call is right there. Caller 7-609-573-3776. 609-573-3776. Caller number 7 right now. Pick up the phone. You are entered for this year's 99 Bottles party at Maynard's in Margate. You must be present to win. If you are caller 7 right now at 609-573-3776. Caller 7 right now. You are entered for this year's 99 Bottles party. It's our biggest Sports Bash party of the year. We've got tickets to go see the Eagles at Lincoln Financial Field. Club box seats, by the way. We've got Sixers tickets. We've got Flyers tickets. And we've got concert tickets. We've got comedy shows. Burt Kreischer, by the way, awesome show. All that and more. Caller 7 right now, 609-573-3776. Good luck. 5 o'clock hour driving you home. What's going on, everybody? Hope you're enjoying your Wednesday. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. Got another qualifiers for the 99 Bottles Party. A week from today, we'll be partying over at Maynard's and Margate, Brian, Mays Landing, Shannon and Marmora, Ray and EHT, George and Rio Grande. They're some of our latest qualifiers. Chris in Seaville yesterday, Ryan in Rio Grande. Appreciate everybody listening, being a part of the show. Mark in Hamilton, Steve in EHT. All our qualifiers will be live at Maynard's in Margate. For this year's 99 Bottles Party, you must be present to win. And remember, you can get on the waiting list as well in case people don't show up. Then you can take their spot and win their tickets. It's open to everybody, so everybody can come show up. You could win a pair of tickets to go see the Eagles play the Commanders at Lincoln Financial Field, club box seats. We got a bunch of Sixers games, a bunch of Flyers games, some pretty cool concerts, including my favorite band, one of my favorite bands. I don't know if they're my favorite. It's OAR. Love them. Got tickets to go see OAR. Jack Johnson playing at the Man. My first concert I've ever seen in my life was at the Man Music Center. Stone Temple Pilots I saw at the Man Music Center. STP. Got tickets to go see Jack Johnson. Journey, Boardwalk Hall, Atlantic City. A bunch of other stuff as well. Stop on out. Try to win some tickets. 99 bottles, 99 pairs of tickets. Maynard's in Margate. We'll be there a week from today. Earnshaw is out today again. He is sick. Talk about a Gen Zer. Oh, he's sick. 2 days in a row he couldn't work. You ever think, have I missed 2 days in a row in my life to illness? And these Gen Zers are like, I need another day off. I'm sick. Like, are you kidding me? You're talking for 20 minutes. You couldn't suck it up for 20 minutes and say, but a Gen Zer would call out sick. That's what a Gen Zer would do. 2 days in a row. 2 days in a row he called out sick. Toughen up, Nuggets. 1 day off is enough.
The only day I've ever called out, Mike, it was because of weather. And I don't even remember this. I did the show from my house, and I was like helping you, produce and run the show from
I don't think I've ever called out sick in my life.
Not that I remember.
Literally.
In my 10 years with you, you have it.
I don't think I have ever called out sick. Not one time.
Now, you've seen me over here.
Nuggets has called out double the amount of times that I've called out sick, and I've been here for too long.
Well, there's two of us, and in 10 years, neither of us have called out sick. So he's done down both of us.
When he texted me this morning and said he needed the jerky again today, the Nuggets were out. I said, man, these Gen Zers, there's a heartbreak there for you.
I will say, though, I am a bit of an idiot, though, because I have come to work ill before, and I've come to work not doing well.
We all play injured.
It probably wasn't recommended some of those times.
I can't remember if I've ever called out sick one time. Like, if I ever was like, hey, man, I just can't make it today. I'm out.
Not the time you've worked with me. So that's at least 10 years I can count.
It's never happened.
SPG has happened before me.
It's never happened. I've never called out sick. Never called out sick from work. I don't ever really get sick. We went through COVID. I never got COVID one time. And if I did have it, I didn't know it. And if I did have it, I still came to work and battled through it. I never would Nuggets it, though. I would never say I can't come in 2 days in a row. Never happened.
You'd find a way.
I mean, if he's energetic enough to text me, he's energetic to work.
So you think texting is energetic?
Yeah, because I was sick one time in my life.
Okay.
And it was the only day, and it happened to be on a weekend, where I was so incapacitated that I could physically not do anything. Like, I couldn't even put the television on. Like, couldn't do anything. But it happened to be on a weekend. But that day, if it was a weekday, I don't think I could have worked.
Gotcha.
So there would be no way I would have been physically.
So it kind of worked out. It landed on a weekend.
Right. I wouldn't have
had some time to recover.
I wouldn't have physically been able to text.
Yeah.
To say, hey, I can't come in. Now, I was texting back and forth with Nuggets today for like 20 minutes.
Oh.
So he obviously wasn't that bad.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
See, now I have a little more context for this.
Yeah, we were going back and forth. Iver was just saying, hey, Wednesday, just verifying. Friday, he's producing next Friday. He said, yes, I'm in. I was just checking all that stuff. So I was going through a couple things with him just to see what kind of cognitive
function
he had.
Well, you obviously texted with him a lot more than I did today because I got one text from him, like one message from him the entire day.
Yeah.
So he must like you better than me.
Matt says Gil will go off the air for weeks on end, but it's giving Earnshaw an earful. That's different.
No. That's a vacation.
Yeah.
Okay?
Hey, listen, Matt.
If you're gonna rip Mike, you got to rip him for the right thing, not the wrong thing.
Right. Matt, I have a certain amount of vacation days, and I will use every single one unapologetically, okay? That's all I'm saying about that.
I mean, listen, you got to be like Evan Cohen if you're going to make fun of Gil. You got to come on the show, and you got to be like, hey, Mike's actually here today, not in Thailand. Remember that day when Evan did that to you?
Yeah. Hey, listen, I will use every single vacation day I have, and if people want to trade their vacation days to me, I will take those too.
The acquisition business?
Yeah. Well, I know some places.
Barter system?
I know some places that have that is part of the thing. They you can, like if somebody needs a day and you have days.
Oh, yeah.
Like most places, you can carry your vacation days over.
I actually have a friend of mine. She's told me that she does it sometimes at her job because some of the people that she works with have kids. And sometimes like their kids have like doctor appointments or stuff like that. So like she gives them some of her days off.
Yeah, like you could say, hey, like I was sick. I ran out of my vacation days because I was ill. I have a funeral or something to go to, and I don't have any vacation days left. You can say, hey, I'll give you one of mine. But one of the big things, our vacation days don't carry. So, like, if you don't use them, you lose them.
Correct.
Just asinine.
There's no rollover minutes here.
No. I mean, if I choose not to use them, they just say you can't have them anymore. Well, I earned them because for us to get the vacation days, you actually have to accrue the time.
Correct.
So for them not to let you accrue the time and then take it away from you, well, that's borderline extortion.
I think it's more than borderline, but okay.
You accrued the time. But if you get to this day, that time is no longer yours. We're taking it back from you.
You earned this, but it expires.
Right. I can understand if you say, hey, you get X amount at the beginning of the year and then you don't use them. You didn't accrue it. You just were given them.
Right.
You didn't use it. Okay, now we're taking them back. But you accrue the time. You should be able to carry them over.
Right.
So Matt Green, he actually left his last name too. Matt, I will unapologetically use every day that I have and more. Because we do get 2 personal holidays.
Yes. So Mike Gill is not working on Christmas. You're not working on New Year's, right? Not Memorial Day, not Labor Day. Am I missing one here?
Well, everybody's off those days.
Well, I'm throwing those in.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm not working those days. No, I actually work on Thanksgiving.
I didn't say Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
I said Christmas. I said New Year's. I said Memorial Day and
Well,
Labor Day.
everybody's off those days.
What other holidays would there be off?
You get 2 personal holidays.
Oh, 2 personal, like separate from the...
Yeah, you get X amount of PTO days.
Okay.
And then you get 2 personal holidays you're allowed to use whenever you want. Like your birthday, if you want. You can use it whenever you want.
I'm not Nick Earnshaw, okay?
I'm just saying you have. But that guy's saying, I said I will unapologetically use all my vacation time and the 2 personal holidays. And I got to figure out this other thing that we have, which I don't really know how to use it. There's like volunteer time. Did you see? You know that?
I didn't even know if we had 2 personal holidays. You're informing me of information. So, I mean, why would I know about the other thing?
I don't know. You got to do the research.
Apparently, I'm not.
Yeah, you got to go into that Exponent website and do the research.
Yeah, I typically go only on the website for to submit what days I'm taking off and to check and see when I get my W-2.
Well, all right, let's get into today's faulty nuggets. These are Josh's jerky today.
Faux nuggets.
Yeah.
So, Mike, I wanted to get some Phillies talking with you because obviously we're in the heart of the baseball offseason. There was a trade last night, not involving the Phillies, by the way.
Very interesting trade. We actually talked about this on the Now Batting for the Phillies podcast, which is out now. You can check out on all podcasting video platforms. We don't have the audio version up yet, but Bob Wankel and I do an
audio version's coming.
It is. Bob Wankel and I do a Mike and Bob Phillies baseball chat once a week, and that is out right now on X and YouTube. And we did about 45 minutes of Phillies talk today, and we talked about this trade because I thought the trade was very interesting. Taylor Ward is a name that a lot of Phillies fans have been hearing tied to the Phillies for years. He's a right-handed bat who hits for some power.
Hit some power against you.
And this trade doesn't make any sense to me. The Orioles gave up like one of their top pitching prospects for a 30-year-old outfielder. Like,
right.
I get it. Ward's got a little pop from the right side, and everybody's looking for that.
Not that much pop.
The Orioles lack pitching, and they gave away one of their best pitching. I didn't understand this trade at all.
It's a very strange trade, but that's part of the reason why we are going to get to the Foul Territory show. For those who don't know, a lot of former Major League Baseball players, A.J. Brzezinski, former Philly Eric Kratz. I've also seen different other guys on there as well over the years, but they had a very interesting conversation. They talk about the top names, Mike, who are in the rumor mills right now. And the host was kind of like, giving each guy a different name on the panel. So we're going to start with A.J. Brzezinski, because Brzezinski was on the episode when the Foul Territory guys had Nick Castellanos on the show. So he was asked.
He was on the show as a guest?
Castellanos was on the show as a guest a while ago, yeah.
Oh, a while ago.
Yeah, not recently. But I meant like this was back like spring training, And so they asked him, hey, AJ, you've talked to Nick Castellanos. You see all the rumors going on about him. He was asked, do you think the Phillies will be able to trade Nick Castellanos? Take a listen.
Is Castellanos back in Philly next year?
Unless Philly eats some money, I think he is. I don't know that they've been trying. It's like Alec Boehm. They tried to. I feel like they've tried to trade Alec Boehm and Nick Castellanos for years now.
Yeah, I'm not buying that.
Why not?
Well, Brzezinski is a former player. He's not an insider. He's just given an opinion here. He's not connected to know the contractual situations is what I would probably anticipate. He's just saying it like, hey, unless they eat the money, then he's back. If you are somebody who's talking to agents and front office people, you would understand most likely they're going to cut his ass. If they're not going to keep him around, they'll probably eat the money and get him out of there. I think the Phillies are done with Castellanos. Now, if I'm wrong, so be it. But I think Brzezinski's just looking at it like there's no takers for him unless they take some money off, so therefore they're going to be stuck with him.
Well, doesn't eating the money also equate to releasing him? Because you still have to pay him $20 million anyway.
That's what I said, though. I don't think
he's saying he was saying that the only way he's not going to be here is if they eat that money. So doesn't releasing him kind of fall into that category technically?
Yeah, but not the way that so play that again real fast. Maybe he worded it differently than I thought.
Is Castellanos back in Philly next year?
Unless Philly eats some money, I think he is. I don't know that they've been trying. It's like Alec Boehm. They tried to. Feel like they've tried to trade Alec Boehm and Nick Castellanos for years now.
I think he's insinuating unless they eat some money to trade him.
Yeah.
So maybe eating. He said some money. If you're releasing him, you're eating all the money.
Right.
That's a different wording. That's what I thought. He said, hey,
Gotcha.
Unless they are willing to eat some money, meaning in a trade. He didn't word it as if they're willing to eat all that money and release him, then he would be back. I think the Phillies would eat the money and release him if they can't find a trade partner, which I don't think they will. I don't think they're going to find a trade partner. The only way, and I've been saying this for a while, the only way I think they find a trade partner is, and I'm a little surprised because we talked about this yesterday, the Pirates are in apparently on Schwarber. They were in on Josh Naylor. They offered him $80 million reportedly, which is a lot of money for Pittsburgh. And I've kind of said that Pittsburgh is the kind of team that I could see Castellanos landing with, a team that is not a title contender, but needs a veteran guy for 1 year, and they'll try to trade him at the trade deadline. And they're going to hope, hey, this guy comes here, he has a good start to the season, and then we could trade him at the deadline and try to get something for him. That's the kind of trade I think you can make for Castellanos. That being said, I don't think it happens.
I mean, I just always felt like the Rockies made sense because they got Paul DePodesta there now. Paul DePodesta is a numbers guy. Maybe he looks at Castellanos, as you mentioned, like a flippable trade chip at the deadline. That's why I'm a little surprised that Castellanos has not been traded yet. But Brzezinski goes on to say that he thinks, actually, Castellanos might be back with the Phillies next year.
Castellanos, the reason I think, again, we had Castellanos on not long ago. We've had Dave Dombrowski on not long ago. He just got frustrated because he wants to play, and Rob Thompson wasn't playing him every day. And listen, he didn't have a great year. He's not great defensively. He can still swing the bat. He gets big hits for him. He got some huge hits for him in the postseason and down the stretch. So I think he's back just because I don't know the Phillies going to be willing to eat money to get him moved somewhere.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. And I hope he's wrong and I'm right.
I think everyone listening is hoping that he's wrong and you're right.
Yeah, I just don't see the Phillies wanting to bring him back, and I think they're willing to just say, you know what, we'll pay you $20 million to not have to go. Now, there's a lot of things we thought that the Phillies would do over the last couple of years, and they haven't done. So
true.
I guess I wouldn't be shocked if they did bring him back.
Well, one move that might be a name they could get, Mike. You've heard rumors again this offseason about a guy who we talked about months ago. Remember when Byron Buxton's name came up during the summer? And we had the whole back and forth. Should they go get him? Should they not go get him? Then Buxton came out and said, yeah, I'm not waiving my no-trade clause. Well, now the recent reports have come out, Mike, that Byron Buxton might actually waive his trade clause to get out of Minnesota. And Eric Kratz was asked to name the teams that should be in the Byron Buxton sweepstakes. This is from the Foul Territory Show.
If Byron Buxton is available, you have to try to go and get him. If you are the Philadelphia Phillies, if you're the Cincinnati Reds, if you are I wouldn't even be against a team like the Brewers going to get, he's not being paid that much. For the next 3 years, there is an opportunity to have a guy. Obviously, the whole health thing is that, always talked about. That's a top 10 MVP type of player.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this on the podcast today. The only thing I would say about Buxton is 32 years old, been hurt a lot. So a lot of Phillies fans are kind of saying, hey, you can't sign all these old guys. The team's getting old. They're breaking down. You don't want to be the team that gets stuck with Buxton when he's 33 years old, 32, 33, at that stage, and he keeps breaking down on you. That's all. Now, would I trade for him and take a shot? What am I giving up?
Right. Are you giving up, a medium-level couple prospects or something? Or are the Twins going to ask you for Crawford? You're not trading Crawford for him, right?
No.
Right. So if it's someone like Rincones and maybe some random pitcher, you wouldn't have a conversation. It's just, would the Twins ask a high ransom for a guy who has had, 1.5 healthy years?
Yeah, because he's got a lot of injuries. He's 30. He's going to be 32.
And I think there's, 3 years left on that contract?
Yeah, he signed a 7-year, $100 million contract through 2028. So he'd be here 2026, 2027, 2028, 3 more seasons, which is fine. You get him for 3 years, but you're going to get him. He's going to turn 32 in December. He'll be 33, 34. You're getting him in his 32, 33, and 34-year-old seasons. And you're not paying him a ton of money. He's a manageable price, so I do think it's worth the chance. The question would be, would you rather him for 3 years at his age, which is 32, or Bader, which is going to be about the same amount of money? Because Bader probably got to be a 3-year deal.
Right.
And I think that Buxton's deal would be is in about the $15 million range. It's probably what you're going to have to do to bring Bader back. It's probably about $12 to $15 million. Would you just say, hey, I'll take 3 years of Buxton or 3 years more of Bader?
Bader's been healthier at least. At least I'm getting a guy I know to be on the field.
That's what you're up against in terms of the decision you have to make here.
Because the Buxton injury history, you and I had this conversation in the summer. It's always scared me because it's like in a city where we have half of our athletes get injured, I don't need another one. I don't need another Embiid kind of guy coming out here. You know?
No, he's making $15 million the next 3 seasons.
Yeah, it's not like it's a crazy number.
No, it's not. So it's a manageable number for 3 years, but he's going to be 32, 33 and 34 years old. So you're getting a guy who's been hurt a lot.
And he's getting old.
And he's getting older, but he's really good. But
he's really good, right?
This year, he played 126 games. Last year, 102, 85, 92, 61. He's never played 160. The most he's ever played in a season is 140. He's only played over 100 games 3 times in 11 years. So he has had a ton of injury issues. However, he has been a very good producer when healthy. I'd say very good. I mean, he's a career 248 hitter with a 308 on-base percentage, 487 slug. I mean, it's actually been kind of mediocre. He was really good last year.
Yeah, he has two. I look at his stats again, but I believe he has 2 really good years on his resume.
He had 28 homers in 2022.
Right.
And he hit 35 homers last year. Other than that, he has not been great.
Yeah. Speaking of injuries, Mike, I had one NFL jerky item to offer you up about injuries. Michael Penix Jr. done for the year as well. And I got to ask you, if you are a team like the Falcons, what do? I mean, you invested the 10th overall pick in this guy. This guy has had numerous knee injuries in his lifetime. And now he's going to miss the rest of this year. Who knows how long he'll be out next year. And you're playing Kirk Cousins this week. You had to sign Kyle Trask to your practice squad. The Falcons are not looking too good right now.
Tough one. You made a trade to get him.
Yep.
Your team stinks. This is another major knee injury for the quarterback. Got to start thinking about, hey, we just got to cut our losses and move on. I mean, he wasn't great. He was okay. But is he going to be better now coming off a knee injury again? Probably not. And I like Penix. He was awesome to watch in college. Just don't think that you can really hope to bring him back. And I would imagine he would miss part of next year anyway.
Yep.
Or, it's a shame. And that Atlanta team, they had a lot of pieces. They needed a quarterback, and they took a shot on him, and it hasn't worked out. They went and got Pitts. They drafted Pitts. They went and got London. They drafted London. They went and got Bijan. They drafted Bijan. So they have drafted the weapons. The quarterback has not worked out for them.
Does Raheem Morris become the sacrificial lamb of the situation?
I would imagine so. I do think that you got to probably start hearing about that now as well.
Is Kevin Patullo the next head coach of the Atlanta Falcons?
Well, he's on list. Like the list. He's on list of he is on list of potential candidates to be a head coaching candidate for this offseason. That's what happens though. When you're the coordinator of a team
that wins a lot of games.
Wins. They're 8-2. People are going to say, you're in the Eagles organization. You always win. You must know what you're doing, even if the product on the field does not look a certain way. They're saying, you're in Philadelphia. That team's good. We want you to be here. All right, Sports Bass Live, 97.3 ESPN. That's today's Josh Jerky filling in for Nick Nuggets, who called out sick for the second day in a row.
I love these texts that have been coming in. It's hilarious. Have you seen some of these texts?
Yeah. I got one from Nuggets, too, by the way, so he's healthy enough to listen or watch. He's probably watching.
Knowing him, he's probably watching.
Yeah, I would imagine he's probably watching the YouTube stream. But I know when I was sick, I couldn't even pick up the remote to turn the TV on. If you could watch the show or listen to the show, you're not sick enough to not work. That would be my plea there. When we come back, Find Five, Ugly Five, 5 best, 5 worst teams in the NFL. Who are they? Stick around. Find out next. At 5:32, Sports Bass Live. Tomorrow we're at Chickies and Pete's, Egg Harbor Township. If you want to stop out and have a drink with us tomorrow, EHT, Chickies and Pete's. By the way, it's official now. The Phillies and Twins will play in the Field of Dreams game on October 13th in Iowa. That game will be aired on Netflix. Today, the Major League Baseball announced their brand new media deals, in which games will now air on NBC Sports. Sunday Night Baseball is no longer on ESPN. It will air on NBC Sports Sunday nights. They'll have Sunday afternoon games, that game that is usually on Roku. That game, you know that game I'm talking about, the Roku game?
Yeah, the Sunday morning game.
That game is now moving to NBC Peacock.
Not confusing at all.
Netflix will have the Home Run Derby, the Field of Dreams game, and they will also have opening day between the Yankees and whoever the Yankees are playing.
Everyone.
ESPN is getting no longer a Sunday Night Baseball. So if you're ever a fan of Sunday Night Baseball, that will be on NBC. ESPN is getting games that will be on ESPN Unlimited app, which will be basically they are taking over the local games of the Mariners, Twins, Guardians, Padres, Diamondbacks, and Rockies.
Right.
They will have a package of exclusive weeknight games that involves Memorial Day and a standalone game on the first night after the All-Star break. They will also retain its radio rights. So ESPN Radio, which is us here at 97.3 ESPN, will continue to have Sunday Night Baseball and all the playoffs and the World Series, which is good because we will be your home for Phillies playoff baseball yet again. I was a little worried about that, actually. I got to be honest. I was worried that we were going to lose the ESPN Radio baseball rights, but it's good to see that they are coming back. And there's a whole bunch of other stuff. Very confusing. I don't even know what it is. It just got announced like earlier today. So there's that. Got it?
Sure. I'm sure we will all be talking about this next October, and we will all be trying to figure out what channel and what platform and what app all these games are on, and we'll all be begrudging about how I wish that we had cable.
Yeah. Sixers tonight right here on 97.3 ESPN. No surprise, no Joel Embiid. He is out again tonight. Now, we had Keith Pompey on earlier, and he painted a pretty good picture for Joel moving forward here, but he is out tonight. Paul George is also out tonight. Oubre is also out tonight. According to some of the reports, it looks like Nick Nurse said he will give an update on Oubre after the game. Got it?
I won't hold my breath.
Well, I mean, listen. Oubre's been a pretty important piece of this team. He's surprised.
Oh, it's not about Oubre. It's about just, anything involves injury update and Sixers. I never hold my breath.
Well, he did say before the game that he would update Oubre after the game.
That's nice.
All right, let's do the Fine Five, Ugly Five.
Yes. And, of course, don't forget, today's Fine Five, Ugly Five being brought to you by Caesars Sportsbook, the only sportsbook app offering you Caesars rewards, hotel stays. Of course, you get also bonus bets. Use my promo code Radio20X to get 20 bonus bets when you sign up for Caesars Sportsbook today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, Fine Five, Ugly Five. Let's do today's Ugly Five. First, number 5. For me, it's a tie.
So you have 6.
Well, it's the New York football teams.
Oh, okay.
The Jets and the Giants are tied. They are the worst. The 5th worst. Together, they're the 5th.
All right. I have the Jets higher than the Giants, but that's just me.
I'm just going New York football.
New York football.
Yeah,
It's
New York
so
football,
bad.
number 5.
Yeah. The best thing that happened in New York football this weekend was Camp Scatterby at the Monday Night Raw.
Yeah, he was a part of the show.
That was fun. I enjoyed that. I know some of the old curmudgeons online are like, you're supposed to be hurt. It's like, he's fine.
Well, if he got hurt,
but he didn't.
Then everybody would complain.
But he didn't.
No, but he didn't. But that's like saying, hey, I can rob a bank. Well, you keep doing it as long as you don't get caught. Do you want him to be in the guy had a pretty gruesome injury.
He did.
Yeah. So I can understand people saying, hey, like let's say Saquon Barkley did that. People would be going nuts.
For the same reason.
Yeah. So New York football's number 5. Number 4, Cleveland.
Cleveland's on my list too, yeah.
They're going to start Shedeur Sanders this week, which, listen, I don't know why they wouldn't just give the kid a chance to start. The team's awful. At least find out whether he can play, because you're going to have like the first, second, or third pick again.
Exactly.
You got to find out whether you have to draft a quarterback. What if this guy actually comes out and can play? Why would you not take the chance to see if he can play? It doesn't make any sense.
What if Shedeur comes out here and wins like 3 games in a row and destroys the Browns' draft prospects?
Just go out there and see if the guy can play. What's the worst you're going to happen? You're going to get the second pick of the draft because you stink so bad?
Right. Or not stink enough?
That's just, it's perplexing to me. Gabriel, okay, he showed you that he can't play. Right?
Yeah. Listen, I didn't like Gabriel's draft pick anyway. He was always a bit of a noodle arm quarterback, so I never understood that pick anyway.
Yeah. Number 3, Washington.
Wow, I don't even have Washington on my list, but
they're terrible. They've lost what?
They've lost all 5 games in a row?
6 in a row.
6 in a row.
Their defense stinks. Their offense can't do anything. They're banged up. And guess what? You're in the NFC East. You stink. And it warms my heart to see the Giants and now the Commanders in the ugly 5. By the way, the Giants have 2 wins.
Yeah.
The Commanders have 3.
Yes.
And the Cowboys have 4.
Correct.
I mean, that's terrible. Philadelphia has 8.
Yeah, combined, they have more wins than the Eagles by 1.
Yeah, they have 9 wins. Philly has 8. But Washington's lost 6 in a row. Giants have lost 5 in a row. They're in the ugly 5. I'm sorry.
I don't hate it. I'm just going to be curious to see who you don't have on your list compared to mine.
Well, the Raiders are 2.
I have the Raiders at 2 as well.
That team was awful the other night. Now, Q Myers was on earlier. Their whole offensive line's disheveled. They've lost 4 in a row. Their defense stinks. They've only scored 155 points this year. I think they're going to have to fire the coach. They need a new quarterback. They drafted a running back. They don't give him the ball. The team stinks.
Yeah, I got them at 2 as well on my list.
Titans are 1.
Titans are 1. The team you're missing is the Saints.
You know, I thought about the Saints. I went back and forth with the Saints. They won last week, or the last time they played.
The last time they played.
Right, so they're coming off a win. I'll give them that. They fought hard. They have no talent. I don't know how they even compete in some of these games. I think the Saints might be in the worst. They have like one of the older rosters in the league.
It's very old. It's very salary cap
They have
strapped.
I don't think they have a draft pick.
Next year? No, I don't. I have to double check, but I don't think so.
They're in a terrible situation. But they do fight hard. But right now, they didn't play last week, so...
So you don't have any negative thoughts about them. You haven't seen them in 2 weeks.
Nope, not yet. The Jets are really bad. The Giants are really bad. Cleveland's really bad. Washington's really bad. The Raiders are really bad. The Titans are horrendous. Casey Joyner said he thinks Arizona might be in play for one of the worst teams in the league. They got sparred this week. The Saints...
By the way, the Cardinals will be without, again, Marvin Harrison Jr.,
You could put Cincinnati in play, too. Their defense has given up 27 points or more in 9 games this year.
Cincinnati is starting to get into that conversation where people are asking the question, why is Joe Burrow coming back?
Yeah, he probably shouldn't. By the way, Miami's won 2 in a row.
Yes, they have. Are they going to save Mike McDaniel's job down there?
No. Maybe. They're poorly run. All right, find 5. 5 best. Did you give your 5 worst?
So my 5 are Giants, Jets, Saints, Raiders, Titans.
Can't argue with any of these. There's a lot of bad teams.
There's a lot of bad teams.
Now, which one of those are going to go worst to first next year?
Next year?
Yeah.
That's a great question. My money would be on none of them.
I know it always looks crazy.
It does always look crazy.
Like anybody think New England last year? Hey, that team looks like a prime candidate.
Nah.
All right, 5 best. Here we go. Number 5. I got the Colts.
Colts as well I have here. I'm not going to hold against them their losses just because of the fact that they're not losing the bad teams all the time, you know? You know, like when the Chargers, the way they lost the Jags last week was just bad. Like, I understand that you're injured, but you don't get trounced.
Colts, to me, they had the one bad week. They're a plus 115. You can make an argument that they're the best team in the league. They have the best point differential in the entire league.
They got my MVP candidate.
Jonathan Taylor.
Yep.
All right, they're number 5. Number 4, New England.
New England's on my list, but I got the Rams here.
They've won 8 in a row. New England's won 8 straight.
I got New England higher than 4.
Wow. Not quite ready to go there yet. They are well coached. Casey Joyner brought it up before. Coaching. Adam Kaplan's brought it up. Coaching matters in the NFL. Yes, indeed. That's a team that won 4 games last year, New England. And now they're 9-2. They've won 8 straight.
Yeah, the reason why I got the Rams at 4 is because I'm still kind of like waiting for them to get healthy. Like, I feel like the Rams are a team that can get higher on this list once they get healthy.
Denver's number 3.
Denver's my number 3. How about
Denver's
that?
defense, outstanding. They've won 8 in a row, by the way. Their offense is not great, but they have playmakers.
Losing J.K. Dobbins is going to be an interesting test down the stretch.
I actually like the kid that's taking his spot. I can't think of his name right now.
I just know J.K. Dobbins on my fantasy league, and he's on IR now. So
the Harvey, R.J. Harvey.
Oh, R.J. Harvey.
Yeah.
From, what's that, UCF?
Yeah, the fact that he's going to get the touches now.
So you like that actually a better option for Denver?
Sometimes, it's like, hey, we got this young guy, but we want to – I think sometimes you just give the guy the ball and he runs with it, and he's an explosive guy.
He is.
Yeah. I have the Rams at 2.
Explain.
I mean, right now they've won 5 in a row. They're in probably one of the most competitive divisions in football. Their defense is outstanding. I mean, nobody gives them credit for their defense. 172 points is all they've given up this year. You talk about them. Philadelphia's given up 201. Rams have only given up 172. I mean, that's a 30-point difference. They have a really good offense. I think right now they're the second-best team in the league. And by the way, they came to Philly, and outside of 2 blocked field goals in the same game, which, when's the last time that ever happened?
Never.
They would be 9-1.
Very fair. Very fair. I get the Eagles here, actually.
Okay.
The Eagles are my number 2. I want to put the Eagles at 1, but this offense stuff is just driving me nuts. Like, I just don't know what to do with this team. Like, can we just get these guys in a room and just hash it out? Like, I'm so tired of this Hurts and AJ, and like, I want Big Dom to get these guys in a room and lock them in there for like 3 hours, and whoever comes out alive runs the offense.
I have Philly at 1, and it's for this reason. Their defense is outstanding, and I'm not sure because everyone's talking about – this is what I would say about the defense. Their defense is very good. I'm not arguing that. But people want to use the excuse that the wind and the weather was a big problem for the Eagles' offense. Was it not a problem for Green Bay and the Lions? Would they have scored more points if it wasn't windy?
Maybe not. Maybe. I don't know.
I mean, or is the Eagles' defense that good?
I think the excuses are dumb, honestly.
Well, I mean, I got people that keep saying, well, the Eagles' offense, the wind. Okay, fine, I'll play along with the wind. But is the Eagles' defense that good, or was the wind a factor in why they were that good? I'm not saying they're not good, but are they that good is my question.
I tend to think the wind had nothing to do with the Eagles' offensive problems.
Okay.
But my number 1 team, Patriots.
Wow. I'm ready to go there.
I'm ready because every week I've seen this team get better. Their offense has gotten better each week. Their defense has gotten better each week. Josh McDaniel needs to win Assistant Coach of the Year. I mean, the job that they have done. And by the way, do you even know? Most people don't even know who the Patriots receivers are. Did you know that Mac Hollins is one of their top receivers this year? No one knew that. Stephon Diggs hasn't played half the year. And Drake May is a stud.
Yeah.
He looks amazing compared to last year.
You didn't like Drake May.
I didn't last year, and now he looks great with Josh McDaniel. It just goes to show you how important coaching is.
Guys, I saw Nuggets, Joel Embiid, and Paul George at yesterday's Creekside Tavern in Marmora. No more Knicks Nuggets. His new Delta Tau Chai name is Nick the Sick, or Nursing Nick. It's from JW in Ocean City. Nuggets needs to move to some third world country with no internet or cell service and establish a new life. He can't let people. I mean, that's good stuff there. Nuggets is getting it pretty good today.
Yeah, he is. These texts are great.
This is a good one. Mike, do you think if you combine the two New York football teams, they can make one good team? Probably not.
Probably not, because the quarterback would be what, Dart? So, I mean, you have at least a solid quarterback.
Mm-hmm. You'd have Garrett Wilson and Neighbors if Neighbors is healthy.
If everyone's healthy.
Their offensive line still stinks.
The offensive line still stinks. Brees Hall
Defense would be pretty good.
The Brees Hall Cam Scatterboot combo would be fun, though.
Yeah.
Defense would be very good. You know, maybe they are a good team. Maybe they eagle it up and just be a good defense.
All right. Keep the Nuggets text messages coming in. They're pretty funny. Nuggets now is saying that he will address this tomorrow.
He will address it?
Yeah, that's
is
what
he
he
a
said.
politician?
He will address this tomorrow.
We will address this at tomorrow's press conference?
Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Results of the poll question today, the pie chart of issues of the Eagles offense, the results coming up next. All right, 5:53. We're getting ready to get out of here. Hey, I want to tell you, when the Eagles win, you win. They won the other day, so free tandoori chicken wings for everybody. Spicy tandoori chicken wings for dine-in customers at the Nizams. Egg Harbor Township, they've got a great lunch buffet Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and a banquet space up to 100 people. Christmas party. You a business owner out there? You want to take out your team? They got a space for a hundo. Nizams, Egg Harbor Township. All right, poll question. Here's the results. Let's figure it out here. Today's question was the pie chart of issues with Eagles. Offensive line inconsistency, Jalen Hurts, play call, play design, or the star players are not the same if they've been. What gets most of the blame for the offensive struggles? Survey says.
I'm just going to guess it's the coaching staff just because they're allowed to play the coach.
49.2% say it's the coaching staff, Kevin Patullo plus Sirianni. That's the biggest issue. 28% say offensive line. 20% say Jalen Hurts is the problem. And 1.7% say Barkley and A.J. Brown are just not the same as they've been last year.
The people who voted for that are all the people who have A.J. Brown on their fantasy
Or
team.
the person that voted for that.
That person, yeah. That's the person who's A.J. Brown on their fantasy
1%
team.
of the vote coming in on that one. So, 1.7. I think it's offensive line. I'm voting my pie chart of issues with the Eagles offense, the offensive line, and the trickle-down effect, the domino effect of all of it. It all starts at the line. Then the quarterback can't be the same. The running back can't be the same. The coaches can't coach the same. It's the offensive line. That's the only answer. All right. Not asking Nuggets to run a fly pattern. Just call in. Miss the Nuggets, Anthony from Avalon. Yeah, you're not running a fly pattern there, Nugs. You're sitting in a chair and asking 3 questions, sometimes only 2. You don't have enough energy for 2 questions, 2 Nugs? Really disappointed.
He says he's going to have a press conference about it tomorrow.
Yep. All right.
I hope you and Pete have some good questions for that presser.
Am I going to have to do Pete's Pizza tomorrow? Phew. It's going to be 3 days in a row to call out. Joel Embiid out tonight. Sports Bash is live on 97.3 ESPN. Have a great rest of your Wednesday, everybody. Sixers basketball coming up at 7 o'clock. Before I get out of here tonight, I got caller 7 right now, 609-573-3776. 609-573-3776. Caller number 7. You are entered for this year's 99 Bottles Party at Maynard's in Margate. You must be present to win. We'll be live there a week from tonight at Maynard's in Margate. We'll have 99 pairs of tickets for this year's 99 Bottles Party. Every single qualifier wins a pair of tickets. It could be Eagles Club Box tickets. It could be Sixers tickets. It could be Flyers tickets. It could be concert tickets. It could be tickets to go see comedian Bert Kreischer. It could be tickets to go see a great concert in the area. But you must be present to win. But you need to be caller 7 right now. 609-573-3776. Good night. Good luck.